Good afternoon,
Recording in
everybody, and
progress.
welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission hearing being held virtually. Today is Tuesday, November 19th. This afternoon, Mr. McRae will be out, and on all applications that he has indicated seated mostly, and Noel Jones will be seated for him. There may be some variation from other ones. Did we start yesterday with the pre-app or with this? With the
Yeah,
MI?
we did yesterday.
With the
And we
MI?
will today.
Yes. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we change the order of the agenda and that we move up the pre-app, which is discussion item 9A, that we take it at this time, and then we'll go on with the rest of the agenda as posted. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. I'll do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and so with that, there he is.
He can express his great gratitude for not waiting 6 hours by keeping it to 20 minutes.
How many times are you going to ask Mr. Cohen to express his gratitude? You did this the last time we let him go earlier in the meeting as well. You know, it's you can only extract so much from people.
No, I'm grateful forever.
All right, so here we go with the discussion item. It is INCT LLC for a pre-application review to revise a lot line and consolidate a property at 1 Indian Spring Road with revised lot 8 and lot 9 of the Rockfields Lane subdivision. And then demolition, don't anybody get confused, and then construction of a replacement ice rink on these 4 parcels, which are at the aforementioned addresses. And with that, Mr. Cohen, you have 20 minutes or less.
Yes, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I do represent INCT LLC, owner of a fairly large piece of Greenwich real estate off of Glenville Road. Let me turn to the first image to sort of give you the big picture, and then I'll get down to trying to respond to some of the issues that were raised at the briefing. So this first image, thank you, Pat, is a marked up version of the Greenwich tax map. The properties involved are shown in blue and green. And I've shown another parcel in yellow just to give you an idea of where this property is and to respond to I think it was Mr. Wells' question yesterday about where is this property in relation to the property that Greenwich Academy purchased. The parcels that are shown here in the name of INCT total about 130 acres. They were acquired over a period of time from the Rockefeller family, who'd owned this very large parcel for many, many years. Mr. Wells, the Greenwich Academy parcel that was purchased recently is to the immediate west of the parcel shown in yellow, and it abuts Riversville Road and a part of Glenville Road as well. The portion shown in yellow was a portion of the remaining Rockefeller land, consisted of about 80 acres by itself. The next image shows the first parcel that INCT purchased, 11 acres on Indian Spring Road, number 1 Indian Spring Road. On it is located a very large, beautiful home, which had been the home of the family that is the owner of the LLC. And what's intended here is to move the southern lot line as I'll show you. The next image shows the adjacent parcel, This image that's before you right now is actually was done in 2004 at the time that the blue parcel was split off from the balance of which was shown here as parcel 2. But then shortly thereafter, as shown on the next image, Pat, that piece in white, which is about 39 acres, was subdivided in a way that I'll show you. Pat, there it is. So that 11-acre parcel where the family home is the white piece to the northwest, and the piece from which the Rockefellers, it actually was Stillman Rockefeller at the time, uh, broke off that free cut at that time. The balance of it is shown in green, and Stillman Rockefeller then applied for and received a subdivision approval for the 9 lots, including a road which was never built called Rockfields Lane. When INCT purchased the property, it was a single piece in the sense that no portion of it, no lot had ever been sold. So they continue to own it as it's shown here, and the goal is to eliminate the lot lines between 8, 9, and the 11-acre home parcel, so that in effect the 11-acre home parcel will now be expanded to something over 20 acres, and I'll show you that in the actually the next image. It was the 80-acre parcel to the immediate west. If you could show that, Pat. And then the GA parcel is to the left of it, and the Rockfield Lane subdivision is to the east of it. And the next image just sort of summarizes what it is that our application is all about. The 11.1 acre home parcel is in the upper right-hand corner, and it's shown to be joined with or consolidated with parcels 8 and 9 of the Rockfields Lane subdivision. To accomplish that, we would eliminate the access strip that provided vehicular access from Lot 8 to Rockfields Lane. And we would also eliminate a pedestrian easement over Lot 8 that provided Lot 9 with access to the open space parcels. So the changes that we would be seeking in terms of modifying the subdivision is to file a new subdivision map as shown on the left. The only change of that being the elimination of the 2 easements I just discussed, which are no longer necessary, and a slight enlargement of parcel number 1 to add to it that access strip, which is no longer needed. The only thing that's going to stay the same is the open space set-aside areas. There were several good-sized set-aside areas that both in deed and by conservation easement that were provided for in the Rockfields Lane subdivision. We are not affecting those. Those will continue. The declaration of open space restrictions was recorded back in 2004. So from a lot line revision point of view, the revision that we're looking for is to add the uppermost right-hand parcel to lots 8 and 9, and to make a slight revision, as I've indicated, to exclude those 2 lots and the adjacent access easement from the Rockfield Lane subdivision. And so a new subdivision plan would have to be filed to record that. And then finally, The last, or I guess the following image shows what we're looking for in terms of the ice rink. There is an ice skating rink now located on the 11-acre parcel that is shown. It's light blue dot in the lower left-hand corner of the parcel. Our goal is to eliminate that, move it slightly to the south, but once we do that, we're now on the parcel that needs to be joined with it. So the lot consolidation would allow that to take place without placing the ice rink as an accessory structure on a property that has no principal structure. The shaded areas are shown on this map as the open space parcels, both by deed and easement. They will continue to remain as deeded or easement provided open space. And then finally, to address a question that was raised at the briefing, that the last image shows a kind of a close-up of the two ice rinks. The one to the top on the left is the existing rink that would be moved slightly to the south. An issue was discussed at the briefing about whether these were ponds or rinks. They're rinks, they're not ponds. The closest wetlands are shown in blue outline on this image, and the 100-foot upland review area is outlined in red. So the purpose of this application is to allow the movement of this rink and its related mechanical equipment to make it cold when we need ice to the slightly to the south. It's being done for purposes of really aesthetics to allow a nicer landscape arrangement. There will, as was noted in the discussion yesterday, be some earth disturbance to the left of the new pool. There's a grading that needs to be done, and a mechanical equipment needs to be moved there, and an electric line connected to it. However, these, as you well know, these parcels are densely wooded, and the amount of earth movement will be infinitesimal as compared to what the development of these two subdivision lots, 8 and 9, would have been. So with that, that's our pre-application. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Cohen?
I do. I have my hand up.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see that. Mr. Lowe, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, just curious, Mr. Cohen, the kidney-shaped new rink, is that an intentional creation, or does it follow some natural topography that is favored by the applicant?
I believe it's an intentional creation. I don't think it relates to the topography necessarily, but it certainly is. It's not a pond. It's an installation, sort of like.
If it were a rectangle, what would be its width and length?
I don't know.
I know. All right. Just curious.
I don't know.
You're muted, Ms. Chairperson.
Yes, Ms. Chairperson. Yes. Anything else, Mr. Lowe?
No.
Mr. Levy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious about the rink. How many months do you think it's actually used?
I assume in the colder weather, but I don't really know, Mr. Levy.
Right. So it will not have any purpose when it's not being used.
That's correct. And it will be used just by the family. It will not be lit. It's not capable of accommodating hockey games, for example.
And what what is the source for cooling it?
Electricity.
Electricity. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Um, is there anything like this around here anywhere?
Yes, yes. Yes, in fact, we have people with, I don't know, Mr. Cohen, you're going to be familiar as well, but I'll jump in that we have people, we have one person that has, I think, a regulation hockey rink in their backyard, 2 people.
I believe that's true.
We approve them as, wow, how did Mr. Levy do that? Is that happening to you guys too?
Yes.
What did he do?
And then he can slide back into the picture. Look at that.
He's, it's kind of eerily like some sort of
Okay,
police.
let's go back to being grown-ups. So, there are several homes that have something like this. I would also say to you that, odd as this may sound, it's really not unlike having a pool in your backyard. Because the pool is
Right.
5-6 months a year, it has electric heat.
Correct.
And
Oh,
you
so
close it up,
interesting,
yeah, you close it up the rest of the time, with the sole difference that I keep arguing with the drainage people, pools can hold a lot of water if you have a heavy rain. But anyway, so we do have these situations. We have baseball fields, which we struggled with, but we have these things. So this is not abnormal. I think, is there anything else, Mr. Levy?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Cohen, I don't know if you can think of any other examples than those, but,
Oh, no, I can't.
all right, then, as you heard yesterday, the key concern and from the commission is really exactly what you nailed, which is that it be consistent with all wetlands regulations and that you have complete wetlands, and hopefully the environmental directors sign off on this and conservation comments. This is a beautiful piece of property. It seems that you are actually better preserving it since it was subdivided, and you are no longer going to be building on those subdivision lots, or at least on some of them. Correct?
Correct. It will now become a single zoning lot.
Yep. So it is, it creates, it protects green space for the future. So those were our concerns. Madam Jenkins.
Yes, just for clarification, and I apologize, Mr. Cohen, I missed the briefing yesterday when this was discussed. So the remaining 6 lots in the subdivision are going to be eliminated? Or
7 lots.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
There'll be 7 lots and they will not be eliminated now. 1 lot will be enlarged, but there will still be 7 lots with the open space that was approved in 2004.
So there will be kind of a remnant of the Rockfield subdivision.
Correct. 7/9 will be in place.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
Mr. Cohen, Mr. Holsworth is here. I don't know if you wanted him to answer a question. I believe he's on the design team.
He is, but he doesn't need to talk.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Cohen? All right.
Thank
You
you.
know,
Thank you
we're gonna
again,
wanna
and
see, we're gonna wanna
you-
see tree loss, tree replacement, anything like that. But you know, as long as you're, I think, headed in the direction you're headed, this should be an application that people will feel good about. We'll see.
You want to ask
Good.
for public comment?
Yes. Does anybody, thank you, Bianca. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Mr. Drake, I'm gonna lower your hand for a sec. You can raise it. I just need to see. Does anybody for the public wish to speak for this application on Indian Spring Road? No. Okay. All right, so with that, I think we'll see you when you come back then, sir.
thank you very much.
All right, and Mr. Drake, you can raise your hand again now if you want. All right, now we go back to item 1 on the agenda. The first item is the municipal improvement application from the Department of Public Works for a major redesign of town property to replace the Dorothy Hamill rink within the Eugene Morlot Memorial Park. This application, this MI, just so everybody's very clear, the way the charter says, what the charter says about MIs is the commission has an initial 90-day period. If at the end of the 90-day period, we have not addressed all of our own questions, we can extend the MI indefinitely until the questions have been answered. For the time being, we have left it open, and Mr. Luigi Romano is going to speak about the application in terms of, and that's the second thing, folks who are listening. Comments on the MI can only be relative to the MI's consistency with the POCD. For convenience, we added a link to our most recent POCD on the agenda for this item. And if you're not sure what's in it, look at the guiding principles in the POCD. There are 6 of them. And just if you're going to speak about the MI, please talk about it in terms of the POCD. Otherwise, we will ask you to stop. Okay? Thank you. Mr. Romano, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Commission. As you mentioned there, regarding the POCD, this project came together in an attempt to align with as many of those principles, for the 6 principles guiding the POCD as we could. We listed a few of those out in that last 2 pages of the resubmittal that we provided to you. So given all those, we really feel that this is an improvement to the parcel, to all the parties there. And as we work through this process, we hope to communicate more with everyone around it and continue to fine-tune the details to make sure that this is a project that every party is happy with.
Great.
And I don't know if Joe wanted to say any words. I don't know if he was promoted to a panelist or not.
Well, he didn't raise his hand. Mr. Siciliano, if you're there, I'm not even seeing him. Check. Yes, he is there. Mr. Siciliano, would you like to speak? Just raise your hand or I'll promote him. What the heck? All right, here he comes. Mr. Siciliano, is there anything you would like to add?
He is muted.
Yeah, you're muted in case, yeah. Okay, then just, there you go. Hi.
There we go. No, I think Mr. Romano covered it. We're really looking to, move this project and make it a win-win-win for all parties, and I think we can do that going forward.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so no further questions from the commission. We are going to open this up for public comment. How many people wish to speak? 2? Only 2 people wish to speak. Please raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak on this. Well, we're going to say 3 minutes, just in case a whole lot of people decide to show up, okay? So Patrick, let's do the 3-minute timer. And with that, Mr. Drake, and followed by Mr. Shahadi, and after that, David Wald. If you'll just unmute, Mr. Drake.
Good evening, commission members. Like Margarita said, we're gonna, or at least I'm gonna speak only about compliance with the POCD. If I stray from that, wave at me and I'll get back on track. You know what's in front of you. Let me just touch on a few of the many elements that comply with all 6 of the guiding principles of the POCD. The parking lot will be reorganized. The lighting will comply with zoning regs. Better landscaping is provided. EV chargers are provided. The new location of the facility places it further away from residential structures. It has a solar installation capability to maximize energy savings. The facility will be better insulated and more energy efficient. It will provide enhanced use for school teams. You know, after the COVID shutdown, it's become well recognized that outdoor and active recreation is a key part of education. This, you know, Greenwich has always respected this, and that is part of what's in front of you. You know, the layout as designed reduces grading and will probably eliminate all blasting. The rotated Straza field is improved and better orientated to avoid the sun blinding the outfielders, not the batter. It's about the outfielders. And the field is finally properly sized. And the green space is larger than today, which benefits the dog walkers. The dog walkers are important. The additional sidewalk further integrates the playground into the surrounding park areas. And signage is provided adjacent to the Byram Veterans Memorial Tree Grove, which deserves respect. There's also signage to the Thomas Lyon House. And at the specific request of some Byram residents, a walking trail is designed around the park. This allows for enhanced passive recreation and adds connections to surrounding neighborhoods. There are bicycle racks, and the amount of green space exceeds the amount of green space on today's site. These improvements comply with every one of the 6 guiding principles of the POCD. And not only our Department of Public Works, but also the Planning and Zoning staff in their report have confirmed in writing to the Commission that this plan is consistent with and achieves the guiding principles of the POCD. And if you can't believe the second floor of Town Hall, well then, gee.
I'm sorry, not our staff has not said that.
Your staff report for the part of the topic that I'm not going to touch does indeed say.
No, it says that if we have voted on the MI as consistent.
Okay, then final topic. You know, beyond the narrow technical question of compliance with the POCD, there's a common sense question. Does this project improve our municipality? Greenwich residents have answered this question, and their views deserve our respect. The plan before you is clearly a municipal improvement to our lovely municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shahade, if you would go ahead, and David Wold, I'm going to promote you now while Mr. Shahade is speaking.
Good evening, everybody. This is Al Shahade. I'm the treasurer and the Byram Neighborhood Association treasurer and the chair of the Land Use Committee. As laid out in the BNA's letter to the commission last week, one of our sections addresses what we think the position of the POCD is. We think that the proposed rink development is more contrary to than consistent with the POCD. Both Mr. Drake and Luigi focused on number 6, the improvement in municipal facilities. Both of them whistled past goals number 1 and goals number 4. Goals number 1 are maintaining community character. I find it hard to believe that anybody could argue a 10,000 square foot increase in a commercial facility, a recreational facility in a residential neighborhood is consistent with community character. The second goal that I would like to flag is goal number 4, which is open space. We've heard multiple references to folks saying that there's going to be an increase in green space. I think that's the wrong metric. If you have a large building at the end zone of a football field and you move it to the middle of the field and expand it by about 1/3, you no longer have a football field, you have 2 half fields. You have a large amount of open space that will be divided by this building in a way that is not currently divided. That is not keeping with the POCD goal of protecting green space and open space in the community. Byram is one of the areas in town that has very, very little, probably the least open space. We are very protective about it, and we would like the town to respect that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shahadi. Mr. Wald, if you would go ahead. Mr. Wald, you just need to unmute. There, no. There you go, perfect.
Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. So as I started off, I was surprised to hear that this actually is on the agenda, since I was told half an hour ago it was off.
No, Mr. Wald, we have answered all of your emails and we have been telling you that the MI is open, that for an open application, the commission will continue to hear public input, and that the site plan is closed. And I saw every answer you got on that same question, sir. So please, we did not tell you it was off. We just said that we have postponed the decision on the site plan.
Okay,
and that
no,
the
I'm sorry.
application is closed
There was a
for the
third
site
party
plan.
that told me this over
Well,
the,
if
but
you
anyway.
heard it from Patrick, sir,
Yeah,
you don't
okay.
need to hear it from a third party.
Yeah, so let me just.
He's not always right, but sometimes he is. Go ahead, Mr. Wald.
Okay, so let me read what I sort of composed here. I was reading the POCD summary, and it gave 7 bullet points that I think most covers the intent on the plan that we're talking about. I found in the 2023 update, it says, above all, our community continues to prioritize preservation of Greenwich traditional architectural scale and natural beauty. And then I found number 1, preservation of community character and sense of place. The summary from 2009 also gives a similar number 1 point. The overriding goal of the plan is to protect and harness our town's historical heritage, national landscape, and topographical diversity while addressing the challenges brought on by growth, climate change, and technology advance. Then I went back to the original MI from 1967, in which the PNC referred to number 6 without detracting from the scenic quality of the park. Values that we clearly have been keeping up with in the POCD from 2019, 2021, 2023, and hopefully can keep maintaining in this dense area of town. So does this municipal improvement application do these things? I've looked at the National Register for Historical Places for the Barham School, and it emphasizes the open space and the parkland surrounding the building. This was in 1990. Since then, PNC has approved the 40,000 square foot building to the northeast of the Barham School. And now we're talking about another 40,000 square foot building east of the Barham School. I've searched historical newspaper and town records related to the dedication of Eugene Morlow Park. The park was named after his more than 50 years of contribution to Greenwich at the same parkland via basketball that this MI now will remove forever. Baseball and softball, summer and after school programming, concerts, etc. in the open field. We do not have a similar 11.4 acres open space in Northeast Barham, and maybe not at all in RTM District 3 and 4. It was the intent of the first selectman, Ruth Sims, to do every effort to preserve this landscape. She was very clear, no commercial development. It be public, private, or any otherwise, pay as you go. Is that all?
Yeah.
I have 2 pages.
Well, but we gave you 3
Okay.
minutes. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Rick Lowe. All right, I'm just going to enable, oh, there you are. Okay. I'm in trouble getting you in. All right, Mr. Lowe, go ahead. You muted yourself again. Unmute. Okay, there, you're all set.
Thanks. I'll be very brief, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Thanks for listening. From a POD standpoint, the current location where the rink now sits would not work if we were starting a new building from scratch. Why force us back into that location now? There are several houses less than 100 feet away from the one side of the buildings. It doesn't make any sense. And there really is no alternative to this plan. There is no plan B, especially when the cost factor is involved. We have no alternative. This is the plan from your Department of Public Works, your Parks and Recreation Department. There is no plan B. This is the only plan that really works. That's all I got to say. And that, to me, that takes in the POCD. But thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. So in regard to Mr. Lowe's comments, one clarification. We are part of town government. We are part of the town. We are appointed by the RTM. But at the same time, we are a separate legal body. And so it's not like we're part of we are the same as the town department. If that, just to clarify that for the public. Now, for the commission, the POCD, as everybody was pointing out, you all know the first few objectives very well about community character and all of that. And then you come to objective to guiding principle 6, which is provide the best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, cultural institutions, and health services. In the write-up on that, it says promoting the appropriate balance between institutional land uses of all kinds and the surrounding residential neighborhoods has been identified as a high priority to mitigate potential negative consequences such as increased traffic, stormwater runoff, light and noise pollution, intensity, and hours of use. And as a result, Objective 6.3, which is a sub of Guiding Principle 6, says support institutional uses while balancing their needs with those of surrounding neighborhoods. So I would like to move that we leave the MI open for, do I have to set a time?
Yeah, we would need to set a date, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I didn't, well, why don't we set the maximum to our December 9th meeting?
10th.
10th meeting. And I move that we leave this MI open so that the commission may continue to review in specific all of the public comment we've received from both proponents and opponents, and all of the information to which speakers referred regarding the facilities as proposed and how they will be laid out, so that we have an opportunity to assess for the MI that we have met this objective 6.3 of balance, of attaining best quality municipal structures while balancing with a neighborhood. Would I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Madam Jenkins has seconded. Seated on this application are Jenkins for McRae, Levy, Lowe, Yeski, and myself. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye. And with that, we will leave the MI
What about
open.
Jenkins?
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Jenkins. And Madam Jenkins, you seconded and then I forgot to call on you. Sorry.
And I vote aye, Madam Chair.
And with that, we will leave this application. It is now 5-0. And we will to the 10th of December. And our task between now and then is to read the voluminous comments and information we've received and to come to a solid decision on behalf of the town and of the neighborhood. So with that, we move on. The site plan will probably be decided at this, can't be decided before the MI is, so I would expect that the site plan will be decided. Well, it could be the 26th. I think our agenda next week is pretty bad. So we might need that off week to get all done. With that, we go to the public hearing. Mr. Basili, are you good?
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Hegney's on his way in. And once Mr. Hegney's in, because you're going to read that, right? Okay. And so Mr. Hegney's on his way in. Oh, there he is. Okay, hold on. Oh, somebody has it. Mary, I'm just going to lower your hand for a second. I can't move his video unless I lower your hand. Okay. All right. Okay. In the public hearing, we had previously combined the next three items, so we will do that again. It's a new set of applications, Mr. Hegney, but we have been previously combining them. Are you accepting that?
Well, Madam Chair, I was thinking about it because
Okay.
they are a little separate, and based on the briefing yesterday, I
You want
think
to tackle it separately?
yeah, I think yes, please.
Okay.
If we
How
could.
about we say we're doing the text amendment and the map amendment together, and then we'll do the site plan? You like that?
Yes, that I think that would work well, because based on the discussion you had at the briefing, I don't think there are any outstanding issues on the first two, and we can then discuss the site plan.
In Mr. McRae's absence, and Noel Jones will be seated. So we're going to now combine items 3 and 4. Item 3 is Greenwich American Inc. for a zoning text amendment to amend section 6116, which is sorry, the BEX zone, and the application number 4 is the zoning map amendment that goes with the proposal to add residential to the BEX zone. Before you begin, Mr. Hegney, and that's at Greenwich American Inc. again at 1 American Lane. And before you start, Mr. Hegney, Ms. Jenkins would like to make a statement.
Yes, I'm recused on Greenwich American, Madam Chair, because of my co-chairship at the Affordable Housing Trust.
Okay, and did you want to talk about what the trust has done with this application, or are you leaving that to Mr. Hegney?
I'll leave that to Mr. Hegney, although I am able to say that Mr. Hegney's suggested language in the provision of the zoning amendment with respect to the timing of the payment in lieu to the trust is acceptable to the trust.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Hegney, now you're all set.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. There are two, what I would describe as minor changes to the language of 6-116 that the commission adopted back in December of last year. The first is really, I would say, a clarification on how the payment, excuse me, to the Housing Trust Fund is made, and to make sure that everyone understands that the computation that is in section F2 results in a payment due of $50,000 per unit. And that was a discussion we had with staff, that that clarification would help in the future making a determination as to how much was actually due. And so we've included that in our proposal. The second comes really out of discussions we had with the Architectural Review Committee. In the southern portion of the Crescent development, we had a loop road that was that had 8 units in it, maybe 7 units in it. And the feeling on the part of the ARC members were that that really needed to have an open feel to it, to create more of an open space within that particular portion of the development. And so in order to do that, we moved a number of those units out of that center loop. There are only 3 now. In order to accomplish that, we needed to combine the units into one group of units into a cluster of 4. The regulation, as adopted by you in December of last year, limited the number of units that could be in a cluster to 3. This amendment, as proposed, provides an exception to that, except that up to 3% of the total number of units may be grouped in clusters of 4 or 5. As was mentioned in doing the math yesterday, that would only allow for 6 units to be clustered. We are proposing 4 units in one cluster, which would preclude any further greater clustering of units together. All the rest are 2 and 3 unit townhouse arrangements. And we didn't want it to be left wide open. We wanted to limit it just to really address the ARC comments, which were really geared toward providing more open area in the center of the site and also in this southern portion of the development. So that's all we're looking to accomplish in this, and we would ask that you support that proposal.
Mr.
Second,
Hegney,
yes.
it's really a site plan question. I'll wait. I'll ask you the site plan question later. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. That's fine. So the second is is really the second part of the overlay zone that you adopted in December of last year. Not only do you adopt the zone, the language for the zone itself, but then you have to put that property into the zone. And so we're proposing, and thank you, Pat or Bianca. What we're proposing is what's on the screen right here, which is to have a rezoning of the property to the BEX 50R, which standing for residential, in what is hashed on the screen, which is the property that is owned by Greenwich American Inc. And we did submit a letter to you that describes the basis for this, the improvement of environmental quality, preservation, enhancement of property values, preserving natural attributes, providing stormwater and rainwater drainage quality, providing high quality building, providing potable water, not inhibiting the commercial development, which would remain on the site, providing open space features. And as part of this, we're including an additional 15 acres in a conservation area, provide for proper vehicular and pedestrian circulation, provide additional housing stock, preserving historic structures, which are is the stone house that will be preserved on the property, preserve and enhance environmental areas by removing the wells out of the wetland area and protecting vernal pools by clustering the development on the westerly side of the property away from that vernal pool, provide economic activity and doing this through additional housing opportunities, which these townhouses would provide, and provide sustainability measures. This will be an all-electric development. There will be opportunities for individual townhouse owners to install solar panels and also vehicle charging opportunities will be in each of the garages for the units. So we believe that this meets the requirements of and the intent of the BEX 50R overlay zone, and we would ask for your approval of this rezoning of this particular portion of the property.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the commission? No? No questions? Huh.
Nobody, we
Madam
can't
Chair,
hear
we
you.
lost your audio.
No. We hear nothing.
Still nothing.
No.
Oh, how's that?
That's better.
That's better.
All righty. It's not my favorite, but okay. All righty. This allows for the barking dogs in the background. Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hagney, to orient me a little bit better on this amendment, does it need to encompass the entire site?
I haven't run across a situation where you had a overlay zone for just a portion of a piece of property. This is one lot. It does not include the IBM piece, which is to the north, which is an additional 65 acres, which is also in the BEX 50 zone. But this is a one whole development property. The wells and the wastewater treatment facility will be shared by the residential as well as the commercial existing development. And we're using, as part of meeting the zoning criteria that was adopted last year, we're using the entire site for that. So I think it's appropriate and necessary to rezone it all to the BEX 50R zone.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? These are, I should say, these two applications. This is, okay. And again, Mr. Bera, I'm going to allow you to speak. Please note that we are only talking about the regulation and the zoning map. Mr. Barrow. There he is. Okay, go ahead. You just muted yourself, sir, if you would unmute. Okay.
How's that?
Yep, that's good. Hello, Mr. Barrow.
Hi, how are you, Ms. Alban? I appreciate you allowing me to be here. Our attorney, John Tessie, is supposed to be here too, is he?
Mr. Tessie? Yep, he's on his way.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Tessie. Are you gonna wait for Mr. Tessie to speak, Mr. Barrow?
John, do you want to go first or should I?
Well, I'll just speak because it's on very shortly. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
This particular application, Mr. Barrett, relates to the overlay zone
Right.
that was described being applied to the subject property. Insofar as my comments are concerned, they're very brief because our comments are going to be spent on the site plan special permit application. But I would say just for the record that we don't believe that this property is as yet proven suitable for the overlay zone to be applied to it. And I will get into the reasons why during the site plan special permit discussion, because they overlap and you don't want me saying them twice.
No. I was having the same problem and I reprimand the public for it. Okay, Mr. Barrow?
Yeah, thank you.
I think you're in the same situation that your comments are mostly related to the site plan.
They are, but there's some preliminary things. I will do my best not to repeat myself. First of all, I watched a good portion of the briefing meeting yesterday, and there were some questions as to the town's interest in this. We remain highly interested. And I've been asked to be the lead on this matter. I'm the deputy supervisor for the town of North Castle, which, as you know, encompasses Armonk, Banksville, and North White Plains. Just so you understand how our town works, we have a town board with 5 members. Someone described the supervisor as being the chief executive officer. That's not actually correct. The way it works under town law, and we have a town administrator who runs a lot of things. The town board, unlike what happens in Greenwich, includes in its functions and obligations zoning. So we don't have a separate zoning commission, but we are the executive of the town as well as the legislative body, the town board functioning as a whole. The difference between the town supervisor and any other town board member basically boils down to the notion that they are the chief fiscal officer, and also they set the agenda, but other town board members get to request things to be on there, and as a practical matter, it happens, but we have the right to do that. And the supervisor also presides over town board meetings. My elevated title of deputy supervisor means that as compared to any other town board member, I just preside over town board meetings when the supervisor is unable to. But as I mentioned, I've been asked to take the lead on this, so that's what I've been doing. I can comment on the first 2 items just briefly in this way. Number 1, the request to allow clustering of 3% presupposes that they are going to be allowed to do 198 units, and we will discuss that a little bit more later as to why that remains a problem. Number 2, in terms of the second item, mapping this overlay district to this parcel would be a horrible result for us because, again, that would set it up so that they would be able to do pretty much what they're asking for potentially. So, our request would be to take those 2 things into account and not at this point map it. And I will tell you, you're aware of it, I'm sure, but for us to move nimbly is very difficult. We do it a number of times, but we have town board meetings. We have open meetings law. I'm guessing you and your town board have similar things, but we have to discuss things in public. We have to have set meetings. We can do executive sessions with advice of counsel, but it does take us a time to do this. And we've tried to be as responsive as we've been able to. The last thing I'll just mention here, this will apply more to the site plan, but it also applies to this a little bit, so I'll say it here. I have engaged in discussions with Payman Lodi, who is, I think, the senior director that's working with Tishman Speyer. I would describe our meetings as being friendly, quite friendly. He asked me to go look at one of his projects in Brooklyn to give me a sense. As I might have mentioned, I didn't think that mattered a whole lot. I'm not questioning the quality of his projects, and it doesn't really impact the town so much. We always rather see good, nice places being done. My understanding, even though it hasn't been said in this case, conceivably Toll Brothers could be building this project ultimately, but people can have their own views on that. But I drove to Brooklyn at his request, and I figured if he wanted me to see it, I'd accommodate him. I went to Friday, the General Assembly, when there was a UN General Assembly meeting in town. It took me, yeah, exactly. Thank God for good GPS. But it took me almost 2 hours to get there. He gave me an extensive tour. And then at the end, I said, let's talk a little bit. And he said, fine. We talked in generalities. And I'll very briefly read you a couple of sentences from the emails. This isn't the whole thing. Afterwards, I followed up, thanking him for the tour, etc. And the main crux of it is, I thought it was helpful to start exchanging our general views of Greenwich American at the end of the tour. If you're ready to start having a concrete discussion about a possible resolution of my town's concern, we should meet again. I'm flexible, etc., etc. And we had talked in generalities about the letter in December 23, how we might talk about things. The follow-up email from him, which was 5 days later, that's fine. Again, it was a pleasure to tour, I agree it was helpful to start discussing our views on GAC, and I look forward to continuing that conversation. However, at this moment, it isn't the right time to meet. I'll certainly reach out when things align on my end, and we can arrange a time that works for both of us. So the way I'm characterizing this in my mind, I've told you before, people have said, the developer has been dismissive of our concerns. Even though it's a friendly relationship, he was a lovely gentleman, and I enjoyed speaking with him. There's no substantive discussion on his end at this point in time. So we haven't made progress. It's at his urging. In terms of the letter, which there was a written response to, I said, listen, we can refine this. We can get more specific. We've got the capabilities on the town board to go ahead and analyze all this, but it doesn't make sense to do that unless we're engaging in substantive discussions. So with that, with your leave, I'll let John go ahead and start addressing the site plan.
Well, that's for the next application.
So we aren't doing it yet. So I guess.
No, but what I would like to do, Madam Chair, is just point out 3 things as I think about it are more relevant to the regulations. Although cat's kind of out of the bag or horses out of the barn, so to speak, on these subjects, but I do want to bring them up. Number 1 is the fact that this 20% provision for affordable housing in the project is supplanted by the right of the developer to make a payment in lieu. What we have here is a situation, I believe it's 198 units. So 20% of those is 39, I believe. And those units, while there's a payment in lieu, there's a payment, it's not in lieu. Those affordable units are disappearing, but the units themselves aren't. In fact, they're converted to market units. And I consider that a flaw. Usually what one would expect in a project like this, if you're not going to build the affordable units, then you're not going to build any units. And there's an economic imbalance, I believe, between the town of Greenwich and the developer here. It's a very unique situation because the owner, developer, owns the land already. He's acquired the land for free, in essence, because the zoning commission then gave them, if it passes this if this overlay zone is imported on this property, gives them the right to build more than regular zoning allows, as we know. But I think the important point about it is what we have next is then a payment of $250,000 per unit, and I think it's $23 now, Payments are going to be made in installments, as was discussed, first 50,000 and the balance, I think, upon individual COs. That was discussed yesterday. That waters down the economic value of the $250,000 by just basic inflation. Just use 3% per year, which is the average historically. Not what we've even experienced the last few years, putting that away. And what you get is a situation where per unit, for the, whether it's a trust fund or whomever they provide the funds to, it's really not even going to have enough money to purchase the land itself. It is developer obtained for free, in essence, because of the zoning change that would be imported under the overlay zone. So there's a major imbalance there economically and beneficially to the town of Greenwich vis-a-vis the developer here. From what I've seen of his plans and know of the market, you're talking about a profit of easily $750,000 to $1 million per unit. You can do the math from there. The third point then, with those two taking into account, is really the overall economics and picture here and what this means as precedent for the commission. And with that, I'm going to defer further comments to the site plan special permit, unless you have questions of me.
Does anybody have questions for Mr. Hagney, for Mr. Tessie?
You never call him Mr. Tessie, but I would just call him Mr. Hagney.
Okay, is that, you've been tracking that, huh? I only go in one direction. It's so weird. You think I should see a doctor? Okay.
I don't know.
My only question is, and oh, Mary, I think you're gonna say it for me, so go right ahead.
Yes, Mr. Tessie, I just want to make sure you understand the nature of the payments that were negotiated. Now, I was not a member of the trust board at the time those were negotiated, but you have to recognize that the $50,000 per unit is a timing characteristic. It is $250,000 contribution with respect to 20% of 198 units. In fact, by timing it the way it's now timed in the amendment, it's going to make sure that we don't have to wait until 5 units are completed to get our $250,000 in the trust. We're going to be getting it as each unit receives a CO and then is sold. So the intent, the $50,000 is a timing aspect, not a reduction in the fact that the $250,000 per unit still applies to 20% of the total project. I just wanted to make that clear because the $50,000 makes it sound like peanuts. It's $250,000 agreed upon between the developer and the trust board. Again, I was not in on those particular negotiations, but it was based upon an examination of similar circumstances under which fee in lieu was done. So again, it's not $50,000 is the timing mechanism. $250,000 for 20% of the units was the agreed upon amount. I just wanted to make that clear.
And I did state that. I did state it's a total of $250,000 per unit. I went minutes ago, but $50,000 is paid first, and the balance on CO, which I believe I said. Thank you for your comments. Insofar as peanuts relative to what the developer's making, yes, the town is getting peanuts. That's my view.
I'm unable to comment on that.
That's fine. I'm just stating, but I wasn't directed at you. Please just consistent with my comments, but thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application? Anything else on these applications? Anything else from the commission? Right, so
One comment,
yes,
if I
sir,
may.
Mr. Barrow.
I think it was implicit in what I said before. I would ask that the overlay district this hearing not be closed in terms of these aspects, and the overlay district not be mapped at this point. And hopefully the commission will understand our interest in this. And I know everyone here gets totally exhausted from having to hear this over and over again. It happens to me in my town. I know these development projects can be really quite tiresome, to say the least, and I won't put any more color on that. But I think it really is important. We feel very strongly about this. And I would also say that the clustering they're asking for, while not monumental, I would also ask that that be delayed if possible, because, okay.
I did want to ask you both a question. Did you both have an opportunity to review Brian Smith's comments?
I think Mr. Barra's comments were partially related to Mr. Smith's
Okay.
comments.
All right.
Not all.
Okay, so, okay, thank you both. So Mr. Hegney, given that we have, yeah, you're right, I get your name right. Maybe it's because Mr. Tessie doesn't show up often enough. So Mr. Hegney, given the fact that you've separated these two, I really feel that the zoning and the map go hand in hand with the site plan. Would you want us to decide one of them, or do you see them as separate? Would you want us to close the zoning and the zoning map amendment and the text amendment and have the site plan remain open?
Yes,
let me
yes,
tell
Madam
you,
Chair. I
I
think that that is appropriate.
Here's my issue. I think there's a possibility, and you heard us say it yesterday, that you may need to do further adjustments to your buildings, given some of the comments that you got on circulation and turnaround for vehicles. And you may end up having 2 more buildings have 4 units. And I didn't do the math on what that does to your percent, but that is my hesitation. You've got some changes. You've got to work the site plan still, and you may have some issues as a result that you may want to fine tune in the regulation. So I think you might, it's up to you, but not clear the commission would decide it at this time. We are opening this. I know you've been doing this for what feels like forever. But as you know, these were only must opens by, we had to open these when 120, so January. So in theory, you would wait until we've straightened out the site plan. Mr. Laurel.
Well, I would just ask the applicant, I mean, the risk of closing is
his risk
is, well, changing the zoning of a property without having a site plan to go with it is not obviously not an ideal situation. So
that's what I'm trying to say. That I said it more circuitously, which is I think you're still going to have site plan changes. And if you're going to have site plan changes, you may have to adjust that regulation. And why do the map if you don't have the regulation? Mr. Lowe? I mean, Mr. Wells, I'm sorry.
No, just a quick comment. We talked about this yesterday, but the way the representative from North Castle was speaking, he's assuming there has been no amendment to BX50. In fact, last December, we approved the BX50R, and these 2 changes that Mr. Hagney's requesting are minor changes from a major zoning. So I'm confused why why his concern is so great about
Patrick, why don't you
this minor change to an existing amendment that's been approved.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Wells, you're absolutely right. The language in the zone and the regulations exists for the overlay. The overlay has yet to be applied to a particular parcel. So that's the action that needs to happen first. So we have the capacity, we've created the capacity, and now we need to apply it. I believe our neighbors in North Castle are talking specifically about applying the zone and not the language itself. So
okay, thanks.
It's just the order of operation.
Got it.
Madam Chair, as Mr. Wells has pointed out, you adopted the regulation last December, as I mentioned earlier, and this is a very, very minor amendment. Based on our recent discussions with the town traffic engineer, as well as Beta, the consultant on traffic, we do not believe that there will be any significant changes, or for that matter, with Fuss and O'Neill and the other members of the engineering staff here. We don't believe that there will be any significant changes to the site plan, which would affect our ability to locate the units as we have. And of course, the other proposed change is one that was done in discussions with staff and also with the trust fund. So I don't see an issue with closing that. And frankly, I think we have met the requirements of the zone to provide for the overlay, and that's more general in nature. I realize that there were other comments made regarding the regulation. Frankly, Sam Romeo made those same comments when you adopted the regulation back in December of last year. So I don't see the need to leave either one of them open, frankly.
All right, well, Mr. Hegney, but I'm just telling you, if you look at all the beta comments, which I know that there's a set of updated comments that came in a few minutes ago, I haven't opened them. If you look at those beta comments, they are telling you that you don't have enough space at those dead ends for the large vehicle turnarounds. The best way to accomplish a couple of those is to push those units, one of those units over some, and you might end up with a 4, which changes your 3%. And what I'm saying to you is you're the one taking a risk, because once we've done it, we're going to say, okay.
No,
And also
I
the fact
understand
that we
Madam
close
Chair.
it does not mean we're going to vote on it. You know that, right?
I understand that as
So
well.
that
Yes.
what we would likely do is we would wait till I would recommend to the commission that we wait until we're comfortable with the site plan before we move forward. So all you're doing is taking your cards off the table.
And that's fine. I think that these are items that we have addressed. I don't see the need for them to continue on your agenda. And certainly the site plan issues we can address with you separately.
This is going to get really confusing. So Patrick, this is going to be opposite. It's going to be, we would close these two. I would suggest to the commission, I'm suggesting now to the commission that we wait till we have a site plan to decide them, but we would close them and we would decide them with the site plan once we are comfortable that all the issues have been addressed. Does that work for staff?
That does work. That's fine. Closing it does not imply vote this evening, and that's fine.
And
that's understood.
So now the only thing is that Mr. Hegney has, the other thing is he has 65 days, correct, on the subdivision as well. After we've closed on that subdivision, on the zoning, on the text amendment, he has 65 days. And within those 65 days, he's got to address all the site plan issues.
Correct. Or if there's extension time, he can apply that and extend the time. But yes, your facts.
Right. Okay. So seated on this application are Mr. Yeski, Mr. Lowe, Mr. Levy, Ms. Jones, and Albin. Does anybody object to closing these two applications? I keep saying singular, these two applications, one for the zoning text amendment and the other for the zoning map amendment. Does anyone object to closing them at this time?
No. Oh, I just want to clarify one thing.
Yes, sir.
Is staff making any recommendation one way or the other?
Yo, staff.
Regarding what, Mr. Levy? I'm sorry.
The closing or keeping it open just for simplicity.
I think the only thing, and Madam Chair already alluded to it, is that if the site plan needs to go for any length of time, we would just expect Mr. Hegney to provide extensions to track with it so that we are not voting on both separately. And as long as that's understanding now, then I don't have any issue.
And also, I would say that Mr. Hegney would be taking the risk because we would,
Right.
we
Well, I
would
would
say
defer
we're
to the
not clear.
applicant then.
Okay. All righty. And so with that, hearing no objection to closing these two applications, these applications are now closed. And we go to our next application. Greenwich American Inc. for final site plan and special permit to construct 198 new residential townhouse units, update the existing wastewater treatment facility, etc., at 1 American Lane. Again, on this application, Mr. McRae is not here with us today, and it is Yeski, Levy, Lowe, Jones, and Albin. I hope I said 5 names. Mr. Hegney, if you would proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Commission, for the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is a project that you've seen for quite a few years. We started with the pre-application and discussions with staff. I think it was coming up in December would be 4 years. In December of last year, you approved the BEX 50R zone and the granted a preliminary decision on the site plan. And since then, we have been working on resolving the items that were listed as conditions of final approval in that preliminary decision letter. And to that end, we have received approval from the Wetland Agency, which very much dictated how this development is going to be formed in order to protect the wetlands on site, which are significant. Almost that whole 45-acre parcel is wetlands. There are also wetlands on the east side, and there is a vernal pool on the east side of the property, all of which are protected by this. As part of this, we're also including an additional 15 acres on the northeast portion of the property that would be added to the conservation area for a total of 60 acres in conservation protection. We went to the Architectural Review Committee a number of times and have addressed their comments, and that is incorporated into the plans that you have before you, not only with the townhouse layouts, but also the landscaping and the design of the buildings themselves. We have been dealing with the issue of stormwater management. That is one of the ongoing discussions that we're having. Rob Sandolo, our project engineer, has had numerous discussions with both our town engineer as well as Fuss & O'Neill, which was brought in as a peer review consulting engineering firm on that, and those are ongoing. The traffic issues have been resolved. There is a recent memo from the Beta folks indicating that we have resolved their issues except for one, which was how the bike lanes or bike use of the roads need to be laid out. We agreed to that and sent that on to the town traffic engineer
So you've
earlier
got
today.
Is that what the Beta comments from earlier today, from 4 o'clock this afternoon said?
They said you've resolved all our issues except for one.
Okay.
The one issue was on the bike paths, and their suggestion was rather than having a one bike path 5 feet wide with a 1 foot cushion, that you create essentially 2 bike paths by
Yes, we
providing
saw it.
3 foot shoulders on either side.
Yeah,
So
we saw
that
that.
you don't have the potential conflict of 2 riders going in opposite directions
Mr.
within the one
Hegney,
bike lane.
Mr. Hegney, how did you address those dead ends, the turnarounds and the dead ends for them? Which is that's their comments. How was that addressed?
We have 2 ways. One is on the cul-de-sac that was set up to provide for a fire engine to turn around within that space. On the others, except for one, an area is provided to allow for a K-turn for the fire apparatus to turn around once it's there. And the only place where that is not
okay.
the case
And do
is
we know
on the,
that, and do we know that that's okay with the fire department?
we have reached out to the fire department to confirm
Have we
this.
heard back from them? Okay.
No, we have not yet
Because what
gotten
I
that.
was mentioning to, and private personal experience is relevant, can be used, can be cited when relevant. What I was mentioning to the commission yesterday is that K-turns are usually something that's avoided as a normal practice, if possible, for an emergency vehicle. So I would like you to verify that.
So this is, of course, after they've arrived. They drive in directly without having to make any turns at all. And this is if they need to back up when they're leaving after the fire emergency.
One of
or
those
the-
would be to get to the buildings on the other side. As you go into that cul-de-sac, as you're making that turn, you don't get to the buildings as you come around it. On one of them, you would have to do it on your arrival. Well, just make sure that fire signs off, because you've got other open issues. And as long as the fire department is happy, not our problem. We just want them to be happy. Hello, Mr. Lodi.
There is one other location that does not provide for turnaround, and that is a location where the townhouses can be accessed directly from American Lane. So it's not necessary that they use one of the
Okay.
side roads for their access for firefighting.
You're going to hear me say this a couple of times today. If we can make the fire department happy, we do. So if we know that they can put out fires, that's good. And this is a very sensitive time around here to be talking about that. Okay, so you're going to hear back from the fire, but you think you've got a solution. Mr. Lodi, go ahead.
We
He's
do.
dying to, you're going to let him talk, right?
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
I haven't
but-
gone through this yet, but sure, Payman, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to be clear. We did meet with the fire department and they did sign off. And what they sent us was their diagram for, turning radiuses. We confirmed it with our traffic engineers and then, had a conversation and an email communication with the assistant chief and signed off. Their thing is they want to continue to have conversations with us. They seemed fine with it. They just wanted to have conversations with us as we move forward in the construction phases. And
actually, there was one area where they did have a question about access for their apparatus, and that was for the units on the south side of American Lane. And that we did provide to them to show that there was access.
Patrick?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to say I understand the applicant and there has been a positive progression in this. I'm unclear with the fire marshal's comment, the fire deputy chief's comments about the suggestion that they'll work with them and drive the truck around. That seems to be a concerning issue only because that would be far along in development, right? The roads would be roughed out or whatever it is, and how does one adjust things in a significant way if there's problems? I don't expect them, but we have been trying, just so everyone's aware, staff has been trying to get a hold of somebody in the fire marshal's office to confirm what I think Mr. Lodi is suggesting, is that there is a significant understanding and appreciation for the layout as it is, but again, it's not worded in a way that I can sit here and say 100% that I agree with what the sentiment is, although I understand that Mr. Lodi had direct conversation with the fire marshal. So.
Okay. Well, we need a piece of paper from them that says they're comfortable. Because Mr. Lodi, if there's a fire and we've approved it and they have a problem, the residents come back to the town.
We think we have that, but we can go back to them and we can talk with.
All right.
Pat.
So we did that. We did the beta comments, and go ahead, Mr. Henry.
So one of the other conditions in the preliminary decision letter was that we reach out to New York City DEP which we have done on a number of occasions. We provided them with our drainage report and the plans, and they submitted a letter thanking us for the review, and they find that the proposal is acceptable to them. And of course, they have a major interest because the property is adjacent or in close proximity to the Kensico Reservoir, which is part of the New York City drinking water system. And
Yes.
And they were the commission, properly so, wanted us to reach out to them and have them review our drainage plan. I think they were impressed that even though it doesn't have the same language as in New York, that our drainage manual is just as rigorous and difficult to deal with as what they have in New York.
Isn't that like a backhanded way of complimenting somebody? You keep the drinking water clean, but it's really a pain in the neck that you do. Okay. It's okay. So we're going to send you to the Kensico Reservoir next time you're thirsty. Okay. So
it's a nice reservoir.
So
we've also provided a declaration for the conservation area, which was asked for as part of this. And we have been working with the state DEP regarding wastewater facilities. We've been providing information regarding that, and you received a memo from CDM Smith indicating that the process that we are filing with them is the appropriate one. They will not entertain an application until we have the site plan approval from you, but we have no indication whatsoever that there is an issue
the
as part of
preliminary
going through
doesn't
that process.
the preliminary doesn't work for them, huh?
Well, preliminary is
thought about
not
it.
a final decision, so
Yeah, but does Deep know that? I just
Um,
was worth a shot to say we have preliminary approval. If somebody doesn't know that, they could still comment. I'm just saying it's worth a shot. Worth trying. Okay, so I don't know,
and-
Patrick, has anybody ever tried that? Because the other one is on the potable water. We have a similar problem, right? Nobody will look
it's
at.
same issue there. Now, having said that, we've retained WSP, which is really one of the top engineering firms dealing with hydrogeology and potable water. We did have a letter from them indicating, actually a series of letters from them indicating that what we have proposed is appropriate. The current wells can produce 669,000 gallons a day. Our proposed demand with all of the townhouses and the existing office building is 167,500 gallons. And that's including the use of the chiller in the summer. So that is not, it's a quarter of what the current wells produce. And we do not see, and WSP does not see that there's an issue in going ahead with that. The other thing I was going to add regarding the development is that we also have been going over the width of the roadways and have determined that there was one area in the southern portion that had narrowed, and we have adjusted that so that we have the minimum of 22 feet wide that the town engineer is looking for. And we're continuing to have discussions with the town engineer as of like tomorrow on the items that are outstanding as far as they are concerned. We received a memo just this afternoon indicating that there were specific items that they wanted us to address prior to site plan approval, and we're we're working on getting those addressed also. So at the briefing yesterday, the question was, are there any items that are not resolvable or deal breakers? And I think the answer to that is no. We have a very extensive drainage system that has been designed. And we're looking at tweaking the details on it rather than a wholesale change to that. We believe that in a short period of time, we can resolve that as well.
Okay. The wastewater treatment plant. Well, let's go to the drainage. I can't even tell in that whole Fuss and O'Neill thing. Mr. Wells and Mr. Lowe are both kind of looking askance because we all read it. And the thing that was difficult for the commission was to really ascertain exactly what are the deal breaker issues and what are major issues with the drainage plan. And I'm not clear looking at it where the major issues are. So until Fuss and O'Neill tells us, Patrick, you have your hand up, so I'll stop talking and maybe you can address my concerns.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the Department of Public Works has taken the time today and gone over the comments from Fuss and O'Neill and broke that out in a way that is, sort of an executive summary of what is essential right now, the rework that needs to be done in the near term, and then the things that could be done later on. So we did send it this afternoon, late in the day, to the commission. So apologies for
missed that one. I saw the beta one because I saw the subject, but there comes a time.
So they did point out it is well, it's not in order, so I have to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 10 questions that we are that the Department of Public Works believes needs to be answered right now, or re-answered, corrected and answered
prior to site plan approval.
Correct.
Okay.
That's explicitly what we were trying to get to help the commission to make it more familiar to the process that we typically go through when it's internal review and not not a consultant. So so there is a short-ish list. And the applicant has been working on them, but again, they're not there yet on a number of items, and they'll have to be reworked in order for, I think, positive comments to come back.
Okay.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, we could have Rob Sandolo, our
I would actually
civil engineer, brought in so that he can describe to you what we have been going through. And as Pat indicated, Juan Paredes was good enough to spend the time today to go through it and identify the 10 issues that he thinks need to be addressed now, so that we can have those resolved.
This is a problem with not using them. I think that if Juan Paredes has talked about what are the key issues, and you all are planning on identifying them, but the time you come back to us, we will have read Mr. Paredes' summary. We will know where you are on moving forward. You will have moved forward on those, and that's all we need to know. I don't think getting the information now, because we've got the professional on it. So why don't we just let the professionals work it out? By the time you come back, it'll hopefully be all worked out, and that's what we needed. I struggled mightily, and I just couldn't tell what does this mean?
No, this summary that Juan put together is
really
very
good.
helpful.
Okay, yeah. I have not seen it, and at this point, we're looking for what are the key things and what are the key issues that have to be addressed. And I had Google open while I was reading the Fuss and O'Neill report, because there were so many terms, even after all these years, that were unfamiliar to me. So I learned a lot about drainage and the acronyms. Wastewater treatment plant. So on drainage, I think y'all are going to fix it. Mr. Paredes has told you what the major issues are. I thought Fuss and O'Neill was very, very thorough. It's just that they were talking at a very expert level. wastewater treatment plant. There's a question I had over the weekend that, among other things, this bothered me. So on the SC Minor report that went out apparently has, and this is in the letter on this. It said that the existing facility is designed for an average daily flow of 81,000 gallons a day and a peak flow of 970. But the NPDES permit is for 70,000 GPD average flow. And why are those different? Why is your permit for a lower number? Do you know?
Puzzled me. At this point, I would want to bring Mr. Sandolo in because he can answer that a lot more easily than I can.
And Mr. Sandolo, I think this is again the tough situation, right? Because you can't fully progress with the issue of the wastewater treatment plant. Hello, Mr. Sandolo. You
Good
can't
evening.
progress with it until you have an approval. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So all we really can ask you is, based on the comments that you have now and on does that make sense that it adds 43,000 GPD of average flow to the existing would be what the units would add?
Correct.
All right.
So-
And you agree. And then the peak hourly flow would be 241 for the residential?
Sorry, I'm not following. So if I could answer your first question about the discrepancy
do that,
between
sorry.
the original design flow and the NPDES permit. So actually, SC Minor designed this plant back in 1968. So we have copies of the original calculations and construction drawings. The design was done for 81,000 gallons per day, and it had contingencies built into it to go up to 114,000 gallons per day. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
As soon as you said that, I had to ask you another question. One of the things that comes out in this report is, there have been upgrades to the system since '68. It's just that they didn't know about them, right?
Well, I think there's been regular maintenance and upgrades as necessary to keep things running, but not not related to any major change of use or increase of flow or anything like that.
All right. Okay.
So yes, the original design was for 81,000, up to 114,000 with some planned upgrades that were never done.
That's the question.
The
Okay.
NPDES permit is just for 0.7 million gallons per day. So the plant was technically designed for more, but it's only permitted for a certain amount of discharge at the moment.
Yep. Okay. All right. And then you didn't, they referred to a guide for wastewater treatment works for how they estimated your volumes, and you seem to think that that was appropriate. So at this point, all we could really do, Patrick, help me out with this, on the wastewater treatment, all we can do is condition it somehow, right? Because there's no way that they can move forward until they have the approval.
Right. And what we have here is we have a clear demonstration of what's needed to get done. And we also, as I think Madam Chair, you mentioned the CDM Smith review as an independent peer review, saying that it's corroborated. It's correct. The understanding is correct. In fact, I think that the conservative estimates were provided by the applicant. So in reality, the gallons per day and the end number will be a little bit different in the permitting, but it's understand that it's clear the applicant understands what needs to get done and that they're designing for those requirements that will likely be asked when it gets to the state.
Okay.
But no, we do not have a permit. So yeah, that is the, conditional situation.
Okay. So do I read it correctly that at this point, the salient issue that you really have is to fix the 10 things on Mr. Paredes' list? Okay.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
You know he's from Ecuador, right? Okay.
Some of the greatest people in town are from Ecuador.
Oh, boy.
All right.
I couldn't resist the setup. Sorry.
Oh, it's good. It was on purpose. You kind of owe us a few of those. All right. So that's the salient issue that you're working on. The traffic has been addressed. Fire will give you a sign off. They'll review these traffic changes, make sure that they're okay. Now you get to the site plan considerations themselves, the layout of the buildings, and actually, can we throw that up and then I'll open that up to the commission. And Mr. Lowe's ready to go. I mean, Mr. Wells, I'm sorry, cold medicine.
Can I, before we go to the site plan, I did have some questions related to the easement agreement related to the plant. As we discussed yesterday, there's a pipe that runs from the polishing pond to the Byram River. And Mr. Hagney kindly sent a copy of, they're calling it an indenture agreement. That's the same as a easement agreement between IBM and American Can. And it was signed March 15th, 1967. I guess I have a couple questions related to it. And I assume it inures to, successors and assigns. So American Can's gone, there's somebody new. So my first question is, do you feel it appropriate to refresh it with, obviously IBM still around, but I don't think American Can is. I guess a question for Mr. Hagney, or are you comfortable with the existing agreement?
Oh no, we're comfortable with
no
the agreement as it stands. Yeah, it doesn't have an expiration, and the language still provides for us to be able to maintain and replace and repair as needed.
Okay, so related question is, on the second page, it allows IBM to add 60,000 gallons per day of effluent to American Can's pipeline at manhole F. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then the next question is, what's the capacity of the existing pipeline?
And that is more of an engineering question than a legal one, and I will ask Mr. Sandola to step in and respond to that, Mr. Wells.
Mr. Sandola?
Give me a second. I can tell you that. You're gonna have to give me 1 minute. I don't have that number off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. But I'll just throw it out. I mean, we could follow up. We don't have to cover it tonight, but it would also raises the question of, who has to go to NPDES to get the permit for the additional 60,000 that IBM might put in. I mean, your current permit 70,000. You're going to go over that. If there's nothing in the indenture agreement that covers who's responsible for an increase in effluent going to the Byram River caused by IBM.
I think I can partially answer that question. So if IBM were to connect at manhole F is located just upstream of the actual outfall. So that would mean IBM is constructing their own treatment facility, and they'd have to get that permitted on their own. And then there would be the agreement is in place for them to utilize some of the existing piping to get to the outfall.
Okay. Maybe it's a related question, maybe it isn't, but there's been an update in terms of you plan to use gray water for irrigation purposes.
Actually, Mr. Wells,
maybe that's incorrect.
That was a earlier. We did discuss that earlier with the commission, as we did not ultimately see it as feasible. So that what we have as part of this plan is cisterns for general irrigation, and then rain barrels for specific irrigation at each of the townhouses themselves. We did not pursue the thought, although we had discussed it earlier with the commission, of using gray water for irrigation.
Pat, did I misread the staff report then? Because I thought there was some something.
It was in what I'm understanding. It was in an earlier discussion. I don't. It's changed, is what.
Okay, that's
yeah.
fine. That's it. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Wells, I have an answer to your earlier question.
Okay.
The existing capacity of the collection and conveyance system of that wastewater treatment plant is upwards of 1.4 million gallons per day.
Okay.
So there's
Plenty of room then.
Plenty of room there. Yep.
Thank you.
We, just for what it's worth, we have a POCD objective to encourage the use of gray water. And the problem is that the state of Connecticut is not particularly generous with it. They really need to change the state laws on that, right, Mr. Sandolo?
That's right.
Because it's very limited what can be done.
That is right.
Okay, so we were going to go to the site plan and get site plan comments from people. I got to tell you guys, I just wanted to throw up my hands because when Katie first talked to everybody, we said cluster homes and we wanted single family in clusters, small single families in clusters. And then it got super dense and we pushed back and we undensed it. And then along came conservation and ARC and they redensed it. And I feel like we're back. We've gone back, not to the beginning, because I know it's a lot more units, but I feel like we lost ground on that. We keep losing ground on that dream I had that people want to have a starter home that's a single family. And that's what I hear from folks who can't afford to live in the area. They don't want to be in an apartment, the younger families, but I feel at this point, this is where we are, and we're going to look at the site plan with the 4-unit clusters and the townhouses, and we're going to keep moving forward because that's where the input has taken us. So let's look at the site plan.
Madam Chair, do you want us to walk you through the site plan as it currently exists, or do you have specific questions?
Well, let's
for
see
us?
if the commission, can you zoom in a little bit? Ooh. Yeah, okay, that works. That's good. Does the commission have questions on how it's laid out just by looking at it? Because we looked at it yesterday. I know y'all looked at it over the weekend. We looked at it yesterday. Patrick showed us where the 4-unit ones were. We talked about up in the upper right-hand corner where you couldn't make the turnaround. And now I'm seeing, I think the fire truck can access all the townhouses without making the K-turn. It's only on leaving. I mean, you are supposed to avoid them at all times, even when you're leaving a fire, because you could be going to the next one. But does anybody have any comments on this layout at this time? Not hearing any. Okay. Mr. Levy.
Madam Chair, I would like just to go over when you at the appropriate time.
This is it.
The stone house and how the adjustments that were made for the siting of it, because I think that you did make some changes, correct?
They did. They made more space around it, and that was based on the ARC request. Go ahead.
Right. I'd just like to have the applicant just go through that.
Yep, Mr. Hegney.
Certainly, and I'd like to ask Eric Zambell, our project architect, to join me. We actually had driveways off of the link between the proposed roads and the driveway that exists for the stone house. And that was one of the things that came up as part of our discussion with ARC. They also wanted us to provide more open area, both north and south of the stone house. And so a lot of what we did was reducing footprints of the units so that there would be more space around. And you can see there is a great deal of open area both to the north and south of the stone house. So that was an important consideration as part of the ARC review and proposed modifications of the overall site layout.
Yes, so specifically, you have, you just have to put my glasses. You have a retention system which is in the front of the house, is that correct?
There are a number, the drainage system throughout the property is extensive. And there are retention areas, rain gardens, pervious pavement throughout the site.
Right, so that you have the proposed retention system R3. Is that the front of the building?
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing where you're.
You have the court. The court is the front of the building, I guess, right? So the road goes through the court.
So the parking areas we're looking at here on the screen, the parking area is the front of the building. The front door of the building faces north, or in this case, toward the top of the property. Right there is the parking area, and that's the front door is facing that.
Right. Okay. And then you have Unit 56A and 42C. How close are they to the existing stone house? And how did you adjust them? And also,
I think I'd like to ask Eric Zambell to respond to that for you, Mr. Levy.
Okay, good, thank you.
I believe we're 45 to 50 feet away from the furthest extent of the stone house on the east side of the building. With if the parking court that we're just talking about is considered north, the units were pulled away from the stone house and slid up a little bit so that we didn't have the connections off of the through street that goes through that parking court. Both sides of that drive, we were connecting to, if you're looking at the units, I think it's 42C, 46A, and probably 49C that would have been connected off the Stonehouse Drive. We also moved we have the sports courts in the pool, which are south of the Stonehouse. You didn't ask this specifically, but those were originally stacked and going down more the green spine that goes directly south of the Stonehouse. We pulled those tighter and put them parallel to each other and created more screening from the Stonehouse and slid our townhouses south and further away so that those weren't for lack of a better phrase, weren't right on top of those amenity spaces.
Right, and the proposed pool and courts, there's a dark black line which seems to intersect with the existing stone house terracing. What is that line?
I'm not sure exactly which the perimeter lines there can be fences or material changes as we go from lawn to the sports court material or to the paved area. Currently, that's lawn, and the radius steps are steps that are sitting within the lawn. It's not a fully paved condition.
Right, and they seem to be intersected by this whatever wall or something that's going to enclose the proposed pool.
Our landscape architect has been working on that and has he's adjacent to them. He has not disrupted those particular steps, and I believe he's been working with the planting to create more of an LA sort of situation as you would come from the stone house into the lawn or that mall between those amenities.
Right. And so again, so it says existing stone house terraces to remain, but the lines intersect what seems to be those dotted lines that are supposed to be remaining. So I still don't know what that means, including, but I don't know if there's steps on the corners of the back of the building, on the sides.
Patrick, any chance we have the landscape drawings in this packet that we
Oh,
could?
great.
Yeah, there's the overall landscape plan, which is slide 4.
Oh, look at that. Hard.
Let me zoom in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Slide 4.
Oh, they sent, this is in their
This is of our
presentation,
presentation material that we submitted.
which is sort of never really worth doing because we've already looked at all the pictures in the submission.
I
But I
won't
guess
tell
it's
my
handy.
I
They'll
won't
tell
tell
you.
my paralegal who does
yeah.
all my graphics here that
Yeah.
she's not spending her time well.
Well, it's just that, you know, half the time we don't get to them, to the presentations, because we go, oh, no, we know where we want to look at. Okay, so there's the pool. Go ahead.
So can I share my screen? Jeff Scher, my landscape architect, has just sent me a clip of his of a blow up that should help. Miss Albin, I'll need you to allow me to share.
No, I don't have that kind of power.
Okay.
I'm only the chair.
Ask nicely, Mr. Zambell.
Okay, Mr. LaRoe, may I please share my screen?
You're all set.
Okay, thank you. So forgive me for as you see the email here, but is my screen showing?
Yes.
So to Mr. Levy's question, the white lines that we see coming from the stone house are the existing paved areas and walk. The dark lines that were showing up at the smaller scale is the hedge, what I'll call the hedge. The landscape architect may call it something different, but it's the planting along that walk through this area. And then you have some additional planting that segregates the pool a little bit from that, and as well at the sports court.
Okay, so but there's the site plan on one of the site plans. The terracing is drawn differently, so it looks like you are. According to that, looks like you're making some modifications to that. Is that correct?
That's likely.
Yeah. So there's so the symmetry of it is changing. And okay.
The axis remains, I would say. So the symmetrical feeling is retained.
I don't know if there's any architectural significance to the terrace at all, but the way that it's drawn, it looks like it's an extension. You know, the symmetry of the extension seems like it's an integral part of the design. But I really can't comment on it because I'm only looking at a plan. And the other thing is that if we go back to the front of the stone house, are the units adjacent to the stone house, are they 2-story or more?
They are a typical 2.5 story townhomes.
Yeah. And they are asymmetrically placed on either side of the stone house.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as kind of making the stone house feel important and kind of paying attention to the classical context of the stone house, it seems to me, wouldn't it make more sense if there was a more symmetrical placement of the closest units to the stone house, so that they would kind of line up in some type of symmetry, symmetrical way, as opposed to them being at opposing angles.
Is that question referencing the units north of the townhouse, or the
Yes.
ones immediately to the east?
Well, let me just see if go to one of these
And then we'll go to
site
Mr. Yeski.
plans. Okay. Well, I'm
Right.
just looking at. Let me just see if I can.
Getting there, Mr. Yeski. Hold on.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking at the.
Well, the reason I asked the question is the ones that are more adjacent to the townhouse. There's already a perceived asymmetry because there's this semicircular patio that that comes off to the west of the stone house.
Oh, I'm not looking at that. Right. Okay. So, but case in point, I mean, that's the symmetry that that is created by these terraces seems to be an important part of setting off the existing stone house. And
So let me ask a question about that.
so the question is, why is it that you decided that it was not important to incorporate that?
So Mr. Zembel, before you answer, did you go back with this to the ARC? You did an electronic return already? And they signed off on this design?
We went back before them and showed them these modifications, and then the only change that we were requested is on the lower crescent, where in that triangular piece.
Okay.
We were on the north side. They asked us to move it. We were on the west side. They asked us to move it to the north side.
What I'm struggling with is, Mr. Levy, we just had that joint meeting with ARC where they say yes, and then we question, and we're trying to work better together. So why don't we just ask Patrick to talk to Hein and just get clarity?
Yeah,
I
just
on
like
how they looked at
understand,
it, and
yeah.
just let him get clarity rather than us say, well, why did ARC say it was? Let's just we'll ask Patrick to talk to Hein, but before you guys come back, and we'll just make sure, I think,
Okay.
it's a minor tweak, I think, that's being referred to.
Right. And the other thing is that you have unit 42C and 56A, which are, things are different in plans. So I'm just questioning that they're at asymmetrically placed in respect to the existing stone house, which seems to be maybe a missed opportunity to kind of show the prominence of the existing building.
So Patrick or Bianca, why don't you just connect with ARC and we'll get with that, because I think that'll process. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you. Does anybody else on the commission have further questions? Okay. I'm hearing site plan wise, in terms of issues, we're in relatively good shape at this point. Really, you've got the must fixes and some documentation you need to turn in. I'd like to go to public comment now.
Certainly,
All
Madam
right.
Chair.
Mr. Barra has his hand up, as Mr. Tessie does. Does anybody else wish to speak on the American Can site plan proposal, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, Mr. Bear, I'm promoting you. I don't know what happened to Mr. Tessie. Hand went up. All right, okay.
He should really be there. I'm not sure what happened with him. Could we give him a
I
second?
know.
I can.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Tessie got promoted. There he is. Mr. Bear is on his way in. It got, all right. Okay, Mr. Tessie, go for it.
Thank you. As the commission knows, I represent the town of North Castle. And the town abuts, as you also know, the subject property. First of all, at least I believe there's a major jurisdictional issue here. And that relates to the Inland Wetlands Watercourses Agency permit that I know you have in your files. I'm not sure about this file, but was in a prior file. And I've also reviewed the records of the Inland Wetlands Watercourses Agency and the staff report. And the wastewater treatment plant was never reviewed, discussed, or applied for to the Wetlands Agency. The Wetlands Agency has jurisdiction without question regarding the wastewater treatment plant, given its location next to its sludge pond, there's watercourses and wetlands within the jurisdictional, I believe it's 150 feet because of the drinking water supply of the New York reservoir. Now, Section 14B2 of your zoning regulations specifically requires that when a property that is under the wetland statute, having a proposed activity conducted on it that requires a permit, the decision of the Wetlands Agency must be provided to the Zoning Commission before the Commission can render a final site plan approval on the property. I brought, in my research, I brought this just today to the attention of Mr. Leroux. I've provided the information that I have. The agency was not even given the SE minor, I would call it highly preliminary report. And why is, so it's important procedurally, it's a substantive jurisdictional issue. But also what's important is there seems to be this constant theme when it comes to wastewater treatment plant and the effects of the aquifer on the aquifer here from the additional wells, new wells that are going to be driven. WIP did provide a report. We discussed that actually at the last hearing. It was not part of the record of this application, apparently. I've submitted that. It made it quite clear that its analysis was desktop and really it could not really be relied upon. And that's in its conclusionary paragraph. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed in that regard. We hear about, oh, we're working with the state, but they're not working with the zoning commission. They never work with the Wetlands Agency. The Wetlands Agency has jurisdiction over that. I happen to be working on the Stanwich school project about 15 years ago. Actually, I was working on it because I was on the board of Stanwich School at the time. And we definitely made application to the Wetlands Agency for approval of the wastewater treatment plant. It's a requirement.
But Mr. Tessie?
Yes.
The Wetlands Act of 1972 or 3 was not amended to require towns to have wetlands agencies until 88 or so, 87.
Yes.
I believe, requiring towns to have agencies. This, as I understand it, this wastewater treatment plant is from 1968.
Nothing to do with 1968. It has to do with 2024 and the expansion of the plant.
Oh, the
being
expansion, but you're comparing it to the process for a new plant. The Stanwich plant was a
No,
new
it's not a
plant.
question of a new plant. It's a question of, it had nothing to do with a new plant. It has to do with the fact they're
The
proposing. to
expansion.
Expand it.
Yeah, I got it.
Expand it.
Okay.
And in that expansion, you're obviously adding 200 units. You have a 50-year-old plant, SE Miter, Smith, sorry, getting old.
Mhm.
C.D. Smith, both note that there will most probably have to be an expansion. What's interesting about the C.D. Smith comment was at the end, which was very telling, which was that, well, if it doesn't work, there's always land there to install a septic system. And I'm like, really? What
No,
land?
Ixnay, we're aware of that. So,
Okay, so let me,
Lisa,
please,
if
let
I
me
might
just-
ask you, okay, no, go ahead. I'll let
I
you
just
finish.
wanted to make this finish. Yeah, I'm happy to answer you. I'd like to.
Yeah.
It's a jurisdiction, it's a clear jurisdictional
Mhm.
issue. But most importantly here, we're hearing this sorry, you can't ask any questions of us. We don't have to submit any documents to you regarding the effects on the aquifer, which, by the way, should be noted, should be very, very concerning to you since we're in a level 2 drought in Connecticut at this time. And you started to ask the questions, Madam Chair, and they almost cut you off. This is ridiculous. There isn't one reason.
No, somebody cut me off. I can't believe that, Mr. Tessie.
Here, I'm Mr. Hegney now, okay?
All right, go ahead. So we were asking the questions and you were going
Okay,
back
so
to
what
the
I'm
drought.
trying to say is this. You are entitled to not only ask questions, you're entitled to the reports
Oh, we know
that
that.
would need to be filed with the state. The Wetlands Agency is entitled to those reports. There are a lot of environmental issues. The sensitivity toward these plants has increased dramatically. I've read enough reports about that. Okay, this is serious stuff. It's the basis of the Wetlands Agency's jurisdiction, and it's the basis of your jurisdiction. To be told that you have to summarily approve this application, suggesting to the state you've approved the wetlands, the wastewater treatment, is just absolutely false. It's just not true. You're entitled to all this information. You do it with traffic, you do it with engineering, you do it with sewerage in the downtown sewer department, but somehow there's this theme that's going on that no, it can just skate by you. Don't worry, the state will take care of it. That's not the way the game works. It didn't work at Stanwich School. I doubt if it worked at Brunswick. I didn't work on it, and it shouldn't work now. You should see those reports. It's fundamental. You have every right to them. Keep hearing, oh no, the state, we talked to the state. They're not going to do anything until you approve it. Okay, fine. Well, we're not going to do anything until we get the reports and the analysis we want that we can have reviewed by our own people. Period.
Mr. Patrick, what did Beth Evans say to you about that?
Well, actually, Mr. Tessie, what reports are you specifically saying are missing? Because if you're relying on the website version, that's not obviously the complete. That there's usually the executive summary. So there is. My understanding is there is a complete analysis of the wastewater treatment plant. And again, I know you're aware of this, but we did get a third-party engineer to review that material. So what is it specifically you think is missing, right?
First of all, a third-party review, I think it's C.D. Smith, reviewed only what SE Miner provided, which is a summary conceptual report, and pointed out that there will need to be expansion. C.D. Smith pointed out it's too early to tell whether it would work and whether we need septic. Well, guess what? If they did the analysis and did the report, you would know that, and that's crucial. You're entitled to it. They're saying, well, whether it's we don't want to spend the money and it's Tishman Speyer, that's their issue. That's their issue. But no one can tell you, and we tell you that you cannot require reports. You do it when there are environmental issues, whether it's a gas station or another property that has issues. You ask for that. Not one substantive report with analysis has been provided. You've got desktop, and you've gotten a summary analysis by SE Miner.
And
Thank
so,
you. Yeah, and Madam Chair, sorry,
I
sorry.
didn't hear anybody tell me we couldn't ask for reports, to tell you the truth. I guess I just don't listen when people say that, because I know we can. So I'm sorry, Mr. Tessie, I missed that. I'm sorry, Mr. Hegney, if you said that, I didn't even hear you say it. Now, as to the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant, we would condition it, because we can't approve anything that requires a wetlands review without wetlands reviewing it. So we would have to condition it in a decision, and that would be the way to handle it. The plant itself, and that's why I was misled in the beginning, the plant itself would have been before the wetlands agencies were created, but the expansion, of course, and I don't see, yes, we would have to condition that. And this is where we're a little bit stuck on this, is that there are things that we're going to have to condition, and if it can't be done. I would remind you, you're not on this one, but we have another one where we conditioned it on Westchester having the sewage capacity, the sewage treatment capacity. And the applicant has been working on that for many months, because they didn't. It was our condition and it hasn't happened. So we know about these things. And now, Mr. Leroux, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just mentioned my original point was to bring up that I did speak to the Director of Environmental Affairs on the wetlands permit that has been issued for this project. She was, without prompting, was well aware of the
sewage treatment plant
expansion and the discharge.
Yeah.
And she even included anecdotally that was a positive opportunity for the project, that
Yes.
the treatment would be, for lack of a better word, improved on the project. But I cannot speak to the issue that Mr. Tessie brings up about what's
Right.
in the record there and what they considered. So I'm a little disadvantaged, or we're a little disadvantaged on understanding that part of
Right.
it. But
Because one of the issues that CDM Smith raises is that the laws have changed regarding what the treatment plants do, and an upgrade to the plant is going to give you a much better environmental protection. So it is a mixed thing. Go ahead, Mr. Leroux wasn't done yet. Go ahead, Mr. Leroux, and I won't let.
no,
Mr.
that
Tessie-
was all I needed to add. Madam
Okay,
Chair.
go ahead, Mr. Tessie.
Okay, a couple salient points. The issue of conditioning it, I don't even know if you could do that, but more importantly, why would you do that? Why would you hand away your jurisdiction? We're going to condition on somebody else telling us it's okay. Well, you have your own jurisdiction. The Wetlands Agency has its own jurisdiction. I have a real problem with the Wetlands Agency sitting back and not addressing it, not considering it, was not applied for. It doesn't appear in the staff report, does not appear in the decision. The SE minor report was not provided. It was totally ignored for whatever reason by the applicant. And I sit here and say, well, then why have rules? Okay, why have rules? Why have a rule that says, hey, if you're proposing an activity that requires a wetlands decision, a wetlands permit, you go get that first before you come to us. That did not happen on that. So when you say you're going to condition it, that does not, okay, that doesn't address, that doesn't address.
I hear you. Okay.
Number two, I just want to tell you this. See, people talk to people. Okay, I spoke to the person that actually inspected for years, has inspected that plant. And she did say, this was in June, that the plant was well kept up, not an issue. When I told her, well, does anybody talk to you about this proposed expansion? She said, what? She actually said, well, I heard from a janitor that they're proposing something, but that's fine. But the point thing is, when I said there were going to be 200 more units, she specifically said to me, well, I don't know how that's going to happen. I don't see how the Bayham River can take that. Now, that was anecdotal. That was taken off the cuff. But I just want you to understand that there's a process here and there's a question here. And it's quite interesting that CD Smith made the mention, well, if it doesn't mention, well, if we can't get it all jammed into the Bayham River, we can always do some type of septic system. You should know all that now. You're entitled to it. So do the Wetlands Agency. So I won't beat it to death because I felt I just beat it to death.
No, you did you were very compelling. And you made some good points, and we're going to look into it because we understand that wetlands comes before us. And that without their, so we will check into it and we will talk to our council and we will talk to the Environmental Affairs Director with a more specific question. Patrick did speak with her this afternoon.
Thank
There
you.
is a benefit, of course, to the upgrade, as we've pointed out. So wetlands may not be negative toward it. So let's see what they say. All right. Does anybody on the commission have any more questions? Okie dokie. It's lucky we don't have a lot of things on the agenda, isn't it? May I turn, Mr. Barra, you wanted to add, right? Now, Mr. Tessie's done with wetlands. No more talking, right, from Mr. Tessie? Okay, and now, Mr. Barra.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not sure exactly where we stand on this. I realize you have to take a vote.
No, we don't.
Well, in terms of whether you're going to close the hearing or not.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we already know where we stand because we know we have open drainage issues and we won't, I would recommend to the commission that we continue this application until we have all the drainage issues addressed. And they heard that very clearly from the applicant, that there are some significant drainage issues that have been raised and the commission is aware of that and I would recommend that.
Okay, thank you. So let me just tell me if it would be helpful to address some of these things or not. I thought we were going to be able to address it in the context of what the other parts of the first two applications were, but there's a Robinson and Cole letter, and I'll start by saying
We've
that,
read it.
right. Some of this was tricky for us to deal with. We were in the process of working on a submission, and then these bunch of things came out at the end.
Yep.
And, you know, it's my doing, but it was something uncontrollable in that I was involved with litigation down in Argentina this past week, which kept me very busy. So we would have done whatever we needed to do, and then all of a sudden we get these
Yeah.
submissions.
Well, if you're not totally ready, we've spent a lot of time on this application tonight. And we know that we have to explore, make sure that fire is okay. That we haven't seen the beta, the sign off from our traffic consultant. We need the drainage issues to be addressed, and then we have to explore this wetlands issue that your attorney has raised. We then, if you want to make further, so we know I'm going to recommend it be continued. I believe that the commission will agree with that. I don't know, but you could come back and address that. We have all read the Robinson Cole letter. It is standard opposition fare. The kind of tone that people take, I've learned when they write opposition letters. And I hope that I've learned to, take it with a grain of salt.
Turn down the
and
volume,
just
so
go-
to say.
Yeah, just focus on the facts.
Okay,
And so if there's anything specific that you would like us to address, we are aware that you're concerned about the impact of this development on your town in terms of your infrastructure, your parking, et cetera, and your commercial area. We are aware of that. It is also factually true that we cannot impose, Connecticut doesn't have impact fees of the nature that you were raising. And so, and certainly we would not have jurisdiction to do that. So that's in you raised it in Robinson Cole. Brian Smith answers that. That's kind of trying to think what else. You're worried about what the impact is on you. I would say wait till you see the final site plan and come back. You're going to see one more iteration of this with issues addressed, and come back. If you're not in Argentina, come back and talk to us about it and give us your comment, and Patrick will be sure to let you know. But at this point, we're not there yet on the nuts and bolts. Even.
Okay.
And I know we know what your concerns are because you've generously given your time to share them. And I wasn't aware of it till I read Brian Smith's letter, but you have just built a similar development on your side of the border. So you've just approved it, or is it already in construction?
It's approved.
Yeah.
And
So
I'll distinguish that a little bit.
yeah. So you have looked at those same issues from your side of the border, and you know what they are. You've assessed traffic. You've assessed what you have the dual demand of needing more housing and also watching it impact traffic and infrastructure. So, you know what the trade-offs are like. I don't know what else to say to you. I think at this time I would suggest that you wait.
And that's fine, and that's great. If I could make a couple of comments.
Sure.
And also, do you have a sense of what the timing would be in terms of the next phase of this?
It is hard to tell because our Department of Public Works is going to be waiting for the applicant, and I don't know how long it's going to take Mr. Sandolo to resolve all the drainage issues.
Okay. We will have.
Mr. Hegney, did you want to say something?
I'll wait till we're.
You could just say
we're done.
you'll be okay. You'll be back. Okay, so I can't tell him how long it'll be before it comes back, but I think it's going to be a couple of weeks.
Yeah. By the way, we have a town board meeting on December 11th. So if it'd be possible to accommodate things so it came up after that, that would be helpful. But in terms, I understand the concept of not having an impact statement, but an impact payment. But on the other hand, you have the ability to reduce the number of units. And that's what the alternative would be. We would like to work with the town. With Greenwich, we've tried working with Tishman Speyer. We appreciate the polite, friendly conversation, but that hasn't gone anywhere in any attempts we've had. If I can just quickly point out on the Singer letter on the first page, under impact fees, it says we demand. That's certainly not what we did.
No, I knew that. You weren't demanding. It was fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, don't, that's just the way lawyers talk.
I tend,
sorry, Mr.
we
Casey.
don't.
Sorry,
I've been a lawyer for a good part of my life.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Well, that's how lawyers talk in opposition pieces.
Right. I like to do it a little bit more.
No, opposition pieces tend to read the same. I think
Right.
I've learned
And
that even from people you thought were okay.
There are vast differences, which I went into another time, between the project that was approved across the street and this one. And not just the fact that we get taxes, not just the fact that important things were done, and not just the fact that there was past payments and some additional benefits. For instance, we didn't keep the office in place, and we in fact repurposed one of the office buildings. So, and I could go into more differences. I don't think you need that right at this point in time, and I know this meeting has been going on for quite a long time.
And we have more to do. Yep.
Yep. So I'll also just point out in the last letter that, the notion of how New York usually wants people coming in providing sales tax. We welcome our Greenwich neighbors. It's just this would have a big impact on us. And sales tax does not benefit the town because in Westchester, we allocate the sales tax revenues not based on where they originate. So we would only get a small proportion of that. In terms of the staff report dated November 15th, which I hadn't really had a chance to look at until a little bit yesterday. There are a number of things that I'll point out there briefly, if that's okay. I'm just flipping pages. These are big buildings. In some places, they'll be visible. It'll impact the streetscape. As I mentioned another time, we were discussing at some point whether we might designate this a scenic road or whatever the designation is. So what that means is it is a really nice looking road, and this would impact that. Also, as you probably know, there's a Citibank facility there. And my understanding is that some of the buildings or some part of this might be as close as 17 feet from there. That's on pretty good information. There's a 50-foot setback that's required. So I'm a little confused about that.
Okay.
But that seems undesirable. They use it for retreats and meetings and events, and I don't think that would be a desirable thing at all. There is a notion in terms of the requirements for these things that set out on page 5. There's a notion of preserving the town's sense of place. I'm not criticizing any other town, but when I I recently go to another place in Chappaqua Crossings. It's being built out by Toll Brothers. And my understanding, rightly or wrongly, is that we couldn't rule out Toll Brothers doing this. I don't see the way they have it laid out there, how tight the places are being, and even though I think they're mostly single family residences and massive, that's not the way I think of Greenwich. I think Greenwich is a beautiful place. I drive to there through Riversville Road, Round Hill Road. I used to work up in Stamford years ago. I know the downtown area. It doesn't seem necessarily consistent with that. Another thing is the affordable housing. You folks have considered that. It kind of boggles my mind. It's not my judgment call, but we have those issues too. And we have developers constantly pushing back. I can tell you, even on the reduced values for our comparable buildings, what we're getting on affordable housing is a much more significant contribution. In terms of on page 6, and I'm almost done with this, the notion of it says on the second paragraph, next goal of the overlay zone is to maintain economic vitality and thriving commercial centers. The applicant should discuss how this development would generate.
Wait, you went back to the text amendment.
I'm still in the staff report.
I know, but you're talking about the text amendment, which is a
Yeah, and I
different
guess I thought I was
application.
going to be able to talk about everything that would impact that. So I'll get
No, okay. So when you talk about the text amendment,
that's done, unfortunately.
yeah, we did that already.
Or
So
the overlay, unfortunately. I thought we were going to get to speak about.
But you were here to speak about that. You came
Right.
on during that application and spoke.
Right. No, but I think what John was saying and what I thought was that we would be able to talk about that before there was a vote on the overlay. I didn't realize that we weren't.
Well, I think you can talk about it if it relates to the site plan. That's what you're.
Right.
No, but he's tying it back to the POCD and how
Right.
how the overlay, I mean, how the
I
overlay
didn't know where
zone.
it was going.
Yeah, no, well, he just said that as soon as he said it, the commercial vitality, I know where that sentence is in the POCD.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Then in terms of improving wastewater discharge and stormwater treatment, we've raised issues on that. Improving nearby traffic conditions with optimized traffic signalization. It's my understanding, and someone correct me if they think I'm wrong, I don't think we ever got direct responses to the questions we submitted quite a while ago from our traffic engineers. And I think it's a real issue whether there would be improvement on that now.
Okay, go ahead. I mean, I think that you should come back when we've got the rest of the things that we've spent all this time talking about done. Because right now we've got to address these major issues and we haven't, I think if you can come back and talk about them and not continue this now.
That is totally fine, except can I finish with one other thing? I think John wanted to say something. Is, looking at this whole project, and he was referring before to the one across the street, ours did not impact Greenwich in any significant way. And
did you hear me say that? All I said was you've had experience with this scale of projects recently. That's all we took from that.
I wasn't suggesting you had said that.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Sure.
No, I'm just saying.
Just don't worry about, we understand that you reviewed a similar project and that so you know what the impact is and what your board looked at and what our commission looks like.
Right, but obviously this could have a very large impact on North Castle and more specifically Arma. So I don't want to go on more. Hopefully you will accommodate the time frame I mentioned. If that's at all possible, I'd like to know. We've got a bunch of.
I was going to bring that up to you. I don't know how, because you mentioned that you have a.
Okay. I'm trying to tell you guys this gently.
Yeah.
You're the opposing attorney.
Right.
You have made public comments and you have been talking for a very, very
No, I this is on
and
his
I'm
point.
trying to move on because we've listed with the issues we would like to address.
Okay.
And we want to hear from you, but we also have already been very generous with the public comment time.
I appreciate that. This was just to make a point. Your next meeting is December 10th. I just want you
No,
to
our,
understand
no,
that.
our next meeting is November 26th, and then we have a
Well,
meeting on
26
the-
is next week. I know that.
Yes,
I'm
we
sorry.
know that.
I meant
So
to.
we know all that. And you're
Right,
talking
I'm
to
just pointing
people-
out to him, these meetings will be before your council meeting, if that means anything. That's all I was wanted to bring up, just the timeframes, but thank you for
Well, I don't think that we have, Patrick is planning on putting this on the December 10th
Well,
agenda.
no, Madam Chair, Mr. Tessie just pointing out the calendar for Mr. Barra.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all I was doing.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you can tell Mr. Barra calendars. Okay.
Thank you very
So-
much.
all right,
and
thank you
for your
both.
indulgence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't think we have any further public comment, but I'm gonna ask again, does anybody from the public wish to speak on the American Can site plan? No. Okay, so I'm gonna suggest to you that we continue this application based on what's been discussed tonight. Mr. Hegney, you're good with that, right?
Yes, Madam Chair. No, we still need to work out the drainage and the other items that you mentioned earlier. I would just add, we did appear in front of the wetland agency, notwithstanding Mr. Tessie's passion on the issue. We received a wetland permit, and the plan we submitted to them was the comprehensive plan that you've also seen, and it included our drainage report.
But it did not include, that did not include the potential expansion of the wastewater plant because we didn't know about it yet. You didn't know what you were gonna have to do with the wastewater plant, expansion plan.
At that point, we knew that there would be the requirement to treat nitrogen, which is the primary
but-
driver to any type of expansion, and we included
No,
that
sir,
within
you
that
don't have-
envelope.
No, sir, you do not have enough flow capacity right now. That's what I just went through the numbers with Mr. Sandolo. You don't have enough, when you combine your peak and the new peak flows and the new average flows, you don't have enough flow capacity. It's going to exceed what you've got. So you have to not only expand the chemicals, the pollutants or the contaminants, but you also have to expand your absolute capacity. That's what CDM Smith told us. And I don't know if you've told that to wetlands. We will discuss it with wetlands, and we will make sure that we follow a correct legal process. That's on us.
Yeah.
Patrick has already talked to Ms. Evans, Director of Environmental Affairs, and we'll take care of that. Done.
Good. And the other part, of course, is in terms of reviewing reports. All we're getting now, should you vote to approve this, is site plan approval. And as you know, the process is such that all of the plans come back to your staff for review and approval before we are able to file for zoning and building permits. So I tell clients it takes longer to go through that process than it does to get the site plan approval, because that's often the case.
Often, not always.
And of course, that means that there will be further review, and your staff will look at this, and they will bring consultants in if necessary to review it in order to make sure that when it goes to the building department for construction, that all of the issues that have been brought up have been addressed. And that's why you make it
Mr. Hegney?
conditional
Mr. Hegney?
on, yes, Mr. Lowe.
Ultimately, we need to be the judge of how much attention we want to pay to specific elements of an application. And for you to explain to us that our staff is going to have to review and everything is irrelevant. We need to focus on this, and we've explained in no uncertain terms the issues that we think are relevant, and for you to focus on, and that's it, and that's where we stand now.
That's fine, Mr. Lowe.
All right. Okay. So that was your closing statement?
For us to then go to continue it, yes.
Okay. So does anybody on the commission object to continuing this application?
No.
All right. No objection to continuation. This application is continued, and we will take it up when we can. Thank you, Mr. Sandolo. Thank you, Mr. Lodi. Thank you, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, and Mr. Zambell too. Thank you, everybody. All right, okay. Okay. And here comes SE Minor. All right. All right. Can't get, I can't get either of them in. Did you, I don't know why. It's clicking and nothing's happening. There they go. Okay. Hello, Ms. Orsi.
Good
Our
evening,
next
Ms. Alden.
application is Carolyn and David Hahn for a final site plan and special permit to propose a change of use from residential to retail use on the first floor and storage in the remainder of the building. It's still noticed the other way, where the parking requirement would increase. And this is at 257 Sound Beach Avenue. What we've talked a lot. You listened to us talking. I spent a good part of today trying to figure out what you could do that you in the regs, and I spent time with the regulations and I realized that there was potentially a misunderstanding on your part, and it's not a mistake by you at all, because it's very hard to understand this in our regs. You could have, Patrick, tell me if I've got it wrong, you could technically do, you can continue your residential use in this zone because you have that as a legally non-conforming use. So you can continue that if you wanted to. Alternately, if you wanted to make it more conforming for the LBR2, one of the options that you also have, and you wouldn't have to do it now, but this is what I wasn't sure you were clear on, you could have residential on the second floor and office on the first floor as you're proposing, and you would be able to make, what was bothering me yesterday was that you were losing use of the full structure when it's there. And from a land use perspective, that's like, couldn't we do better than that? Is that best use? So you could go ahead with this, with an office use on the ground floor. I'm sorry, a retail use, I said it wrong. With a retail use on the ground floor, and you could, your client would still be able to eventually have residential on the second floor. Okay, that is not clear when you read the regulations. We decided today that it really is difficult to get there as you read them. So not your bad, but I just went back and said, why is this so difficult? Why is this poor applicant in a situation where there's such a limitation on what can be done? You are correct that we can modify or make different parking requirements if we think it fits, and you are proposing in this application 4 spaces where 4.3 are required. We don't redesign people's sites, but clearly if the garage wasn't there, you could accommodate more parking because the garage limits your maneuverability. So that would be up to your client, not to us, just throwing that in as input. So we can modify the parking so that it's 4, and the retail use that you're proposing is fully consistent with the LBR2. But the way, and this is the way the nonconformity statute works in Connecticut, if you wanted to continue 100% residential, you could do that because it's a legally non-conforming, or you could go and do residential on the second floor. So you did have some more options that you didn't talk about, and you may have talked about them with your client, and your client said no, but I'm just throwing them out at you. So with that, that's kind of my summary for you of where, I mean, you're taking one step that'll work given the constraints of the site that seems to be workable. And now you could actually then do more, because, correct me, Patrick, if we approved this as a retail on the first floor and they one day said we want to have residential on the second floor, would that be an admin site plan?
It would be because they're not converting commercial to They're not converting residential to the commercial. They're doing the opposite.
So once you have this done, your client has the option, if you have this done, I can't speak for my colleagues here, but if you have this done, then you would be able to come back in, your client could come back in at some point in the future and do a residential on the second floor. And so I leave you with that I just came away from our briefing yesterday frustrated because what would I do if I owned this building and I was limited, and we should help people find the purposes of our regulations is highest and best use of the land, and how do we help people do that? And I mean, different definitions of that. A lot of people think that multifamily high rises are highest and best use, and that's not something folks in Greenwich tend to be supportive of. But okay, so sorry I banged into your presentation, but we've been talking about this for a long time, and I just wanted to get it all out there. Does that make sense to you?
Completely, Madam Chair, and I appreciate and understand your frustration, and you can see where we've been working with this project to find a use that works. And I would say every time we think we might find a better use, there's a caveat in the regulations that don't allow it in the zone. But
well, that was what was. If I could just interrupt you for a second, what set me off was you said somewhere residential is not allowed here, and I'm like, yeah. Oh, I thought I heard you say that. It stayed in my head that
second floor, I think it just needs to abide by the 6110 affordable housing.
No, that's the trick. That's what
second floor?
I had. There you go. See, that's what I thought you thought. Go ahead, Patrick. I had to ask Patrick. Go ahead.
No, so it's not straightforward. Let's just put it that way. There is
not
a lot
well written. It's our bad. It's not well written.
There's a lot of subtext to the regulation when it comes to residential and business zones. The reference to 6110, that is the permissive language for residential in business zones. It is not a requirement to have affordable units unless you reach a certain level or a certain number of units. So it is just the way that the language is in the regulation over the years. It's been morphed and it doesn't read as clearly as it should, but it's a common mistake with people who are looking to do this type of development. They think that it has to be below market units, and it's not. Only when you get to a certain level.
But the thing is, the table says 4 or less units has to have a below market. And in what the uses that are allowed in the LBR2, Patrick and I went through this yesterday, today, and it says 2A, 3, and 8. And you go back and you say, well, that's only 6110. And then I called him and I said, I'm not getting this. Why? I know we allow second floor residential. And boom, he says it's at the bottom of the page in a little sentence that nobody ever sees.
Right.
So
understood. I would say, I think our client might be open to residential in that second floor, and understanding that that's an administrative approval later on
that's cool,
is
right?
great to understand. I think at the moment or during this application process, going forward, having retail first floor, residential second floor still would require, even if it's a 1-bedroom unit, potentially 1 covered space and 1 outdoor space, which is just additional, unless the commission deems less or greater is appropriate.
Nick said that yesterday, but that's only, Patrick, stop me if I'm wrong, but that's only in the 2-family zone in the R6.
And any residential also in a commercial zone is treated as a multifamily or 2 unit.
If you're doing a multifamily, no commercial, it would be by the bedroom count. If you're doing a mixed use, it is 1 best parking space per unit. So the mix affords a different mix.
Don't need the outdoor. You're going to have retail on the downstairs and an apartment on the upstairs. You don't need to have the indoor parking.
Right.
Right. I think it's unless deemed greater or less than the Planning and Zoning Commission, which hopefully we want to ask for more.
That's not for this, because that's for a 2-family or a multifamily, and this is a mixed use with 1 apartment.
Yeah.
So then if for example, in this case, we're asking 4.34, that would raise it to 5.34, asking, so if
My
we
math,
could magically fit 6
you
parking
could,
spaces somehow. But as
No.
you've seen this,
wait for it. If you didn't have the garage, you could maneuver to 5 parking spots. I played with it. I played with it today, and I think you could. It would be, you guys have lots of fancy engineers at SE Minor.
Yep.
They could figure out your turning radii. Your garage is a problem because it only fits 2 small cars and not 2 SUVs. So you don't really totally have 4 parking spaces right now. So the garage is kind of a limiting factor anyway, because you're gonna have to say to people only have small cars. But you don't need to have that whole thing with the inside and the outside does not apply to this.
if that were the case, and then at that point we would need 5.34 spaces, and our
Which would
site
be
only
5.
fit 5. Okay, so at that point, would that be round down
Well,
to
if-
5?
If we
Or
had,
we would still
so
need a parking waiver, and in that case, come
That
back to
would
the
be-
commission.
that would be up to the staff to decide, staff. If we've,
So typically,
yeah,
typically we round up because that is the conservative approach. The commission could round down. I think if the commission was interested, I think we could make a determination in the decision about conversion and saying that we would treat a part of a number as a reduction, a round down
well,
situation.
let me put it differently. The commission now says, for example, if the commission were to agree, which I don't know if they will, but if the commission said 4 is satisfactory at this time,
right,
when you come in needing 1 more, it's 1/4.
And then that would save,
believe. Now, we
we've
might all
already
be-
gone through this exercise. We don't need to come back and waste the commission's
So
time.
that staff would have to decide that at that time. And we might all be somewhere else and, the world changes. But technically we would have said to you, you only require 4 now. That's what we would have to do for this one to move forward. And the one thing that's making me really uncomfortable is that you really can't fit 2 big cars, and everybody seems to have those Escalades nowadays. Oh, Ms. Ma has an Escalade. You need to name her. Don't speak, okay, Ms. Ma, because your name isn't fully on there, okay? And you have to identify yourself for the court reporter. So that's how I'm seeing it right now. Does the commission have comments on my deep dive into zoning, arcane zoning?
I think that's a very good direction. that
Okay.
you've laid out.
No comment.
All right. In other words, when you get really arcane with the zoning, everybody rolls their eyes. But that was what we had to do. And Bianca and Patrick were fantastic because I worked on it for a couple hours. And then I finally went to them and I said, I need help. So, okay. So at this point, what they're proposing is that they would have the 868.41 square feet of retail. What we would condition you on is that at this time, if you're going to use the rest of the building for storage, it only be storage associated with the retail that's in this building. You're not Westies.
Would the commission be open to, obviously, our client is the owner, so he could use that for his own private storage as well. He
We
has
would
a
never-
residence in town if his
What
kids
we
need
don't
to.
want, what we don't want is for somebody driving up, storing stuff, removing it, because you are now making it an active use on the second floor. We want it to be tied to the retail. Okay,
Storage has to be related to the uses on the site, whether
Exactly.
you own a building in town and that wouldn't be, it needs to be tied to something.
It needs to be tied to your
if it's his residence that's upstairs and he wants to store stuff in the garage, that's a different story. But again, if you're
Nice.
living on a separate parcel and there's no relationship except the ownership, that's not it has to be tied to the use in the on the property.
Understood.
Okay. Did I ask the commission? No questions or comments from the commission. They require 4.34 spaces. The commission has the ability to modify those standards if we feel that it's appropriate. So that would be the decision that we would ask you to make, that I would ask you to make.
All right,
And
I'm gonna turn.
Chairwoman, I know I'm joining a little late. Gigi Ma from SE Minor.
Yo, you didn't, you came in right with her, but I just couldn't let you talk to you, got your name good.
Okay, perfect. I didn't know, my Zoom rebooted for some reason. Were we able to go through the commercial mixed use neighborhood map yet? Rachel? or-
No, we didn't do
Okay.
that because I spent the whole afternoon doing that and gave everybody a recap of what I had looked at, what you guys submitted, and yeah. You went through all the commercial uses that were possible in the LBR2, why none of them work. And then I said, after doing that this afternoon, I then said, okay, so I own a house in this location. What can I do with it, and what flexibility do the zoning regulations have? And
Yeah.
you and Ms. Orsi hit it with doing a very small retail and leaving the rest of the building vacant. And then I went to Patrick and Bianca, and we worked out that eventually you could do an apartment on the second floor, or you could even go back to all residential, because
Yes.
you have because they haven't given it up, have they? Or have they given it up when they changed the use?
We're
No,
before
it's
you
still
tonight to
seems-
change the use.
No, but if you changed your minds in the future, you've given up the nonconformity, right?
Well, correct. Yeah. If you go forward,
Yeah, right? Go ahead. What happened?
I
You
have
froze. Oh,
background noise. Sorry. No, Madam Chair, if there's another, if you establish a new use on the first floor, then it wouldn't be able to go back to residential.
okay, so you wouldn't be able to go to an 100% residential house without coming back to us again. And you would have given up that nonconformity. Now, the only way of doing that, I asked you this today, Patrick, I don't know if you knew what I was asking. A portion of this lot is zoned residential. If you ever wanted to go back to 100% residential for this house, what you would do is rezone the entire lot to R12, because it abuts the R12 on 1.5 sides, one and a fifth or something.
Like just touching the garage in the back there.
Yeah, so it has a tiny section of R12, and you would say it is not spot zoning, and you could apply to go back to 100% residential. I actually wondered if that wouldn't be in the end a more profitable use, because a retail that's tucked back in the corner, but that's your job. That's not my job. My job was just making sure that our zoning regulations were clear to the applicant and that the options were clear to the applicant. And for
Understood.
that-
And we appreciate all of that feedback. I would say at this time, our client is looking to transition to the commercial use.
That's your call. I just wanted to make sure you knew what all the options were. And when I saw where you had gone down with the commercial uses, my first question is, why aren't they looking at residential options?
Yeah, yeah.
And then I heard from Bianca, your client didn't want residential, but why would you have a second floor dedicated to storage?
Our
Just
client actually went through empirical market evidence over the last year. He had listed this both as a residential and a commercial, and basically 0 inquiries on residential and over a dozen on commercial. It's just not an attractive residential.
But did you
place.
price it well as a rental? If you had
Similar.
priced it well?
He actually listed it for a
Okay.
summer rental in OG, and nobody took it up. I mean, that is
Yeah.
like hot cakes, you know?
No, I wouldn't want to, no. I mean, I would want to be like somewhere like looks Connecticut-y.
Exactly, exactly.
get
And that's
that.
why,
Okay.
we
Yeah,
thought the highest and
but-
best use was commercial. Yeah.
But a teacher in the OG school might be willing, I'm just saying, might be willing to rent there because it's real handy for her or him.
I think that might be an interesting idea for us once for the client, once,
Do the
this
retail
has gone
first.
through,
Okay.
yeah.
Alrighty, no more questions. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 257 Sound Beach Avenue to change the use? Please raise your virtual hand. Nobody from the public. Okay. Does anybody object to us closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objections, this application is hereby closed and we will decide it later tonight.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Bye-bye.
Oh, take care.
Ha, I bet you guys didn't think we could get another application done that fast, did you?
I knew we could.
Yes,
With-
okay.
And with that,
With that,
we're with that.
it's dinner break time.
7:30 or whenever.
dinner break time. Before I leave, I'm gonna just ask Bianca or Patrick to just check my sound. I think I might have fixed it so I can go back.
You've sounded much better.
I know, but I want to switch something else. So it's just I
Oh,
wanna
you want to play around with it later? Okay, it's fine.
No, I want to play with it around just real fast now.
Okay. So
you-
the
can you hear
commission
me
can take
now?
a break and then we'll hang out. Is that
No,
what
no. Can you hear me now?
I missed the Ecuadorian music in the background. though.
Can you hear me now?
we can?
Yes.
You can hear me clearly now.
Yes.
I can.
Okay, good. So I don't know. It works good. Okay, I did
You
the last.
sounded like
sentence.
you were talking from a great distance away in the earlier in the meeting, but now it's been much better.
Okay, good. It is now what, 7:07? Can we get a full 25 minutes or maybe even 30? Is that too much to ask?
No, just say it, and then we'll be gone.
You're the boss.
All right.
7:37 or 7:40? Is that what you're asking for?
740 is a
let's-
good round number.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yep.
Is that
I
okay?
just wanna know-
7:40.
See you then.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, what, Patrick? What?
No, thank you. That's it.
Bianca, don't forget to turn the recording back on. I'm turning
Recording
it off.
stopped.
Okay.
Pressure's on.
Oof. And sorry, just replenishing. Okay. So where I can see.
I'm here.
Well, that's why it's just like, we see Tessie once for 10 minutes. Okay. You're here, right? Everybody's here who's getting to be here.
I'm here. Yep.
All right. Okay. So our next application is 9 Glenville Street for a final site plan and special permit to demolish the existing garage and dwelling on the property and to construct a 3-story multifamily residential building, which is going to have 13 apartments, and 2 of them are moderate income dwelling units. The address is 9 Glenville. It's the LBR2 zone. This is a must close tonight. Although an extension is available until 12/13. Seated are Albin, Jones from Macri. Levy has taken back his seating. He was absent. I believe you listened to the transcript, Mr. Levy, or listened to the recording. So Levy has taken back his seating, and Mr. Wells will no longer be seated. And Lowe and Diesky. So again, that's Albin, Jones, Levy, Lowe, and Diesky are seated. And with that, if we could proceed, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were at the meeting on October 29th. There were a number of things that we were asked to address, and I'll just go down through those. We updated the affordability plan based on comments by the housing specialist and have resubmitted that. We provided a roof plan. We increased the size of the 1-bedroom moderate income dwelling unit from 780 to 846 square feet, which is 90% of the market rate 1-bedroom. And I would add, this is the only 1-bedroom unit out of the 5 in the building that has a patio because it's at grade. We provided the letter on water. We revised the landscape plan to provide better planting area for trees on the northwest corner. We updated the front facade to increase the size of the lintel as requested by the Historic District Commission. Yep. We've addressed the beta comments Fire marshal asked, questioned access to the parking in the rear, mainly because of the wires that are low. And I have talked to my client about that, and it's the cable and Verizon Fios that are hanging down, and they would affect any vehicle larger than a small car pulling onto the property. So we'll work with the various providers of internet service and telephone to raise those wires. If that's not successful, then my client will proceed with burying the wires.
The burying is complicated, isn't it, because of the ledge?
Well, there's going to be a lot of rock removal associated with this, and that's something that we would have to deal with in any case.
From what I understand, fire would be okay with you burying them. I don't know if they knew you were looking at raising them, because I asked Jackie this afternoon what had transpired.
It's really the service wires, not the electric wires that are involved. And it's hard to know how many of the dozen or so that are on the pole actually are in use.
Let me ask you the question differently. I understand that the fire department has expressed a willingness to sign off to our staff if you buried the power lines. Have you buried those lines? Is that better? I understand from my staff that there might be fire sign off, that fire would be willing to sign off if the lines were buried. So therefore, why would you be talking about it as an option? Why wouldn't you just do it?
Having you explained it to me, Madam Chair, I think burying the wires sounds like a great idea.
Okay. I mean, it seems if that's an issue, and that's what the fire department said was acceptable, because it seems like if you only raise them, you could end up with problems. You get them out of the way. That's what he said, right? Patrick, I have this from when Jackie got back to me on something else, so I think that's correct.
Okay. Clearly, if it's obstruction for the fire department, burying it would be a logical solution, just like raising it.
Okay, so we will maybe consider doing the option for both, is what you're saying? But I think she only talked to him about burying. Madam Jenkins.
Yes, Mr. Hegney, just there were three little things that weren't picked up from the housing specialist's comment on the affordability plan. I assume we can throw those into any sort of condition if necessary. The restricted period, the annual certification, and the architectural that was attached was the prior version of Unit 101, the smaller version that you've now improved. So again, it's little stuff, but everything else in her letter was covered except those three items.
Yes, we'll amend those and submit that to staff.
Thank you.
The housing analyst has that all her comments have been addressed, and that was written like on the 15th of November. So you found some more things, Mary. I didn't realize
I was reading, I was reading it against her comments of October 23 against the draft that we have in the application. And most of them were picked up except, as I say, the restriction period, the length of the restriction period, the annual status report requirement, and the architectural that was attached was the old version. And if it's been subsequently fixed, again, all of the other things which Ms. Berry mentioned were covered.
All right.
I don't think we attached the most recent revision to the first floor plan, but everything else was addressed.
Okay, so all right. All right, thank you. Mr. Lowe.
Yes, Mr. Hegney. When we initially saw this, Could you refresh my memory on the number of units that you initially came in with?
Yes, we came in with approximately 4,000 square feet of retail space on the first floor and 9 residential units, with one of them being moderate income dwelling designated.
Okay, and then so did when we eliminate the retail portion, did the for want of a better term, the sizing or the massing change, or did we just incorporate transfer the commercial space, the retail space, into additional units, or some combination thereof?
We took the first floor retail space and we created 4 units, one of which is moderate income dwelling. So now we have 13 total units, with 2 of them as designated moderate income dwelling. The footprint of the building did not really change, nor the size of the building itself.
From the very beginning, right? I mean, from the very beginning.
From what we came in with, that the commission looked at
that's what I
last summer.
Right, but there have been modifications. I mean, how would you describe your responsiveness to some of the concerns we've voiced about the amount of ledge that's to be removed and the parking situation, the whole thing? Can you perhaps just address that briefly? I mean, I know we've been over this 1,000 times. But.
Yes. We had 34 parking spaces, and we've eliminated 6 of them. And part of that was to reduce the amount of rock removal and increase green space, or reduce coverage, since this is a commercial zone.
What's that? I mean, you reduce them at what expense? I mean, how did you reduce them? How does that work? You've got footprint.
We incorporated one of the parking spaces in as part of one of the residential units on the first floor. So there was one space underneath the overhang of the building that was replaced, that was eliminated. And that was primarily driven by the Historic District Commission wanting us to create a street presence and to have a front door facing Glenville Street. And so by doing that, we eliminated portions of the apartments on the first floor to create a corridor from the entrance in the front to the entrance in the rear where the parking is. And we took some of the parking, we took one of the spaces away under the building, under the overhang of the building, not in the lower level, in order to accomplish keeping the units basically as they had existed before we made that change. The other 5 spaces were removed from the northwest corner of the property to reduce the amount of rock that was associated with the plan initially.
Right, and I think I asked this question at an earlier meeting, but could you quantify that reduction in rock removal that when this step was proposed? Your rough percentages of overall ledge removal.
I don't have a percentage for you, but I did go over this with Mr. DeAndrea, who is not with us this evening, and he was looking at the overall percentage of cut and fill. I'm just looking for where it is on his map here. So it reduced somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 10% of the rock removal.
Okay. through the redesign and the conversion of retail to residential?
Strictly through the removal of parking on site by taking out the 5 surface parking spaces on site. That's what does
were you
involve
5
the reduction.
Right. Were you 5 spaces long, as it were? Do that?
We had more space, and that was one of the things that the commission brought up previously, that we had too much for the use on the site. We had too much parking, and that's referred to in the staff report also, and the desire to eliminate some of that excess parking.
Yeah,
to reduce rock removal.
I apologize for putting you and everybody else through this review, but it's useful to understand it. So I'm just trying to get a grip on this. I thank you. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margarita, you are muted if you're speaking.
Sorry,
That's
Mr.
right.
Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my namesake for his questions.
Okay, just gotta look up what namesake it does. He's not named after you, isn't that what it is?
I mean, that would be hard since he's a lot younger.
All right, Mr. Levy, go ahead. Sorry.
I think that the intention of the change, the zoning amendment change may have been seen as an opportunity to reduce the impact of this application. But I think that from at least my perspective, it may not have been as successful as we were hoping. So Mr. Hegney, did you see this change in the zoning as an opportunity to really just to make the project to fill the bulk up with, instead of having it mixed use, just adding extra units, which may not have been our original intention. Is that how you saw it? That well, okay, so we won't have mixed use in the, but we'll just add 4 or 5 more units to the project. There'll be some reductions, but the bulk and the build out of the site is if you make some reductions, you've kind of made an attempt to meet what our expectations were, but do you feel that you have gone far enough?
Mr. Levy, the primary concern that we were looking to deal with that amendment to the regulation was to be able to provide for a development that had less of a traffic impact. And that was one of the issues that was brought up by people in the neighborhood, that Angeles Drive is a residential street. This would be introducing traffic on that residential street with the parking areas that have curb cuts onto Angeles Drive. And by changing it to residential, which it currently is, rather than having it as a mixed-use building, that traffic impact would be less. And that was the primary driving factor. The other is that we can then change the streetscape, because we don't have storefronts that require access from Glenville Street. And we can create what the Historic District Commission directed us to do, which is you create a more welcoming streetscape for the building without it looking at it like a commercial development. And so we could add landscaping, we could add that entrance. And so that was the positive. The other thing was we could reduce the amount of rock removal and pavement because we're reducing the number of parking spaces.
Right. And so that's all very well and good. I'm just wondering if it, I'm looking at it and thinking, did we want a 50% solution or did we want a 90% solution? So I think that there is the traffic issue. Yes, I appreciate the fact that there might have been a reduction in the program, but it seems like maybe there is still a problem because the existing situation is not good at the moment. So it seems like maybe you're still adding substantially to it, especially on this residential street.
So you still have concerns. You'd like Mr. Hegney to address your concerns about environmental impact as well as traffic, or are you focused on traffic at the moment?
Well, the environmental impact has to do with the amount of work that you're doing on the site. How well will this, the planting plan work? This is a very, there's a lot of issues with the site, do we need, how do we keep, I think that the soil on this rock is pretty shallow. How do you put in a program that will be successful, and how do you keep it going, and how do you, is this always going to be an issue? Is it always going to be a situation where, let's say we ask for you to put up a bond so that we have confidence that you'll continue to work on making this landscaping work? But if it doesn't take, it seems like it will be a perpetual problem. So we're starting from with a program that is difficult. So what kind of assurances can you give us to make sure that these things, that your application is going to be successful? I'm worried about the environmental. I'm worried about all the rock removal. I'm worried about the traffic. I'm worried about the bulk and how it is a challenge for the character of this this downtown part of Glenville. And I'm also worried that the neighbors are not convinced either. And I'm worried about the value added here to add a couple of units for all this disruption. So we need to fill this out, and I appreciate what all the efforts that are going into this, but this is not a simple situation. The complexity here is substantial, and I would love to have more clarity about these issues.
Well, let me take them sort of one at a time, Mr. Levy. The plan that we have is submitted under the regulations for 6110 that the commission adopted 2022 after taking 18 months to study and reduce the amount of development that would be permitted with a moderate income dwelling project in the LB and LBR, and well, in all the commercial zones except for the CGBR. And so having recently adopted these regulations, we said, okay, we will follow these regulations. And we are at 38 feet, 10 inches, 40 feet is permitted, 3.5 stories are permitted. We're at 3 stories. We meet the parking requirement, and we're taking 2 of the units and making them moderate income dwelling units. So I look at a regulation that just gets adopted, and I'm following it to the letter, and I think that that's an appropriate way to deal with development here. Now, will there be rock removal? Yes, there will be rock removal. The purpose of our change in the regulation recently was to allow for less traffic associated with a commercial use on the site. The landscaping, I asked Matt Pop to join us this evening because I thought that would come up as a question, and I would like to bring him in and have him address your question regarding the landscaping, because I specifically asked him that very question that you're asking me because I did anticipate it coming up. So if Matt could be brought in as a participant, he can go over that with you as well. This is a property in an LBR zone, and we're developing it in accordance with section 6-110, and we believe that this is an appropriate development for this corner and for this site. Matt, if you can go over your landscape plan, and if it's where did I put it? It's the fifth slide on our presentation material, Bianca.
Good evening, Matthew Pop, landscape architect. I prepared the landscaping plan, which you see before you. Just starting in the northwest corner, which is the top right. Actually, right there we go. Yep. That where the rock cut is. We have 2 retaining walls. One is a lower wall along the drive. I envision that to be approximately 4 to 5 feet in height. Between that wall and the driveway, there's a thin band, approximately 2 feet or so wide. That 2 foot width gets planted with the low juniper, and I kept the plant low. I'm thinking that if there was any snow plowing, that would get the snow probably would end up on that plant. So I just wanted something low there. Above that wall, I envision there to be planted with red cedars. Red cedars typically would grow on a rock outcropping in nooks and crannies. They grow on sand dunes, very dry areas, and there's a bayberry mixed in with them. So both those plants very drought tolerant. When there's an extreme drought like we're in now, like any plant, they probably would have to get watered. But that area I'm not concerned about. For in the parking lot, they're going to have to over excavate to get the soil depths that we need. Again, using the same like the junipers and oaks, and there's some cherries, pretty drought resistant plants. You want
Matt, Mr. Pop, that's to address the conservation concern about whether the plants are going to take, you're going to give it more depth of soil, right, over the ledge?
Yeah, over the ledge, so you would have to, yes.
So how much depth of soil are you going to have on the ledge?
If I would say if you got like 3 feet, that would be, adequate depth.
And stupid question, but how do you stabilize that?
In the north, if we're talking about that upper right-hand corner.
The northwest corner?
Yeah, the northwest corner. Again, we got the retaining wall, the lower wall, and then the top wall, probably going to be rock cut, a rock face. And then, you just have to build a second wall, and you have to go down to hit firm grade, where the rock is firm. The applicant is well aware of this, and I did speak to him regarding. He said, he'll do whatever he has to build those walls. And again, that area right there, you probably don't even need a 3-foot depth for the junipers. But again, I think a 3-foot depth would be fine. Above the wall and below the wall, I have there's a note that says 40 VC, which is Virginia creeper. Those would be planted, above and below the wall.
And does the creeper stabilize the 3 feet of soil? I'm just wondering how the soil doesn't slide off.
Well,
You're putting it on ledge, and I would think with wind and rain and storms and stuff like that, I mean, the roots would only do so much. I mean, how do you keep it all stable?
Well, we have the wall. The wall would have to go
And
up.
the wall is going to hold the soil in. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Virginia creeper loses its foliage.
Correct. Yes, but it is native. The only other plant that ivory that's evergreen is English ivy. I kind of like the Virginia creeper. Grows very quick. Probably grows. I have some on the wall behind me at my house. Probably grows 8 feet to 10 feet a year or so. So it's aggressive.
So the ivy grows like that too. So much of the year it's going to be a little bit unsightly if it's growing on the wall, which is a bit of an issue. But I don't have this new planting plan. It's not part of.
What we could do is use maybe like English ivy on the lower wall. In I think the upper wall, maybe that's the Virginia creeper. Again, we'll have the red cedars in front of that upper wall.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. But I'm just wondering if you need to take out all that ledge. I don't know. I'm just looking at the wrong site plan probably, but I don't know why you need this two lanes going toward the back of this back of the site here. Why do you need the 2 lanes? Why couldn't you get rid of the 2 lanes and take out less ledge?
You mean the 2 driveways?
Well, you have 2 driveways. That's the other thing, which I think it doesn't.
Okay, so what you have
but
2
also,
lanes.
if you go into the parking lot behind,
Oh, okay.
there's 2 lanes going all the way back toward the wall, and I'm not sure why you need either of them. No less but why it needs to be two ways.
So you're saying remove the loop, I think.
Yeah, the loop. I don't know why you need it.
Well, part of it is to provide for circulation on site. The other part is that's the ideal area for deliveries and for UPS and FedEx and
Well, you could do that
Amazon.
in the front. You don't have to do it in the back. You could do that in the front. So I don't understand the configuration. Why do it in the back of the site when you could do it in the front of the site? And then you wouldn't have to take out you could save 20 feet of ledge right there. I mean, I don't get that. So that configuration is, I don't understand.
Well, but by removing the parking that we did, we've gone from what was 74% to 71% of site coverage, which meets the regulation.
I know we're talking a lot about regulations and so on and so forth, but we're not talking about the site, and we're not talking about the character of the area. We're not talking about the concerns of the neighborhood. So we haven't gotten to those things yet. So I would love to hear more from the neighborhood, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about those comments. But again, you have 2 lanes, which is 20 plus feet wide, I guess. I don't know how it is, but I just don't understand, because I've kind of redesigned this and myself and see that, well, there's no reason to circulate around the back of the property like that. So it's a curious layout that you have that I think is perhaps gratuitous, and I think that you could take out much less of the ledge as a result, and that would help with the program as well. But I understand everything that you've said, but I don't think you've really dealt with the implications of my questions.
We have to have some standard with which we plan projects and which the commission uses to approve them. And one of those is site coverage. And if we meet the site coverage, it's hard for the commission to be saying that's not good enough when that's what's provided by a regulation that you just adopted 2 years ago.
Well,
okay, well,
they're trying to, I think, I'm hearing them also going beyond the site coverage. I feel like they're also raising the question of outdoor space, what it looks like from 6110, which is within the purview of 6110. I think that's where Mr. Levy's going. And that's what he's asking.
No, I gotta say, if you are going to discourage developers from using 6110 in this fashion, then generally the developments will become larger, because there's no point in trying to work within the local regulation when you have a state statute that deals with it differently.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Of course, Mr. Lowe, I'm sorry. When it's little, I don't always see that the hands are up because they're almost
I
the
would
same
like
color.
to just comment on that. I said we're dealing with the application in front of us, and I absolutely understand what Mr. Hegney is saying, and it's certainly valid. But I'm looking at this application. I've asked a few questions that I would love to get better input on. And I'm interested in hearing more from the public on this as well.
Okay, so Mr. Lowe, did you want to make a comment, and then we'll go to
I did want to make a let Mr. Hegney, you used the word standard, and although many of the regulations may be met here, this application includes a special permit. And the standards, your word, the standards for the special permit include that we don't want to materially adversely affect adjacent structures, neighborhoods, or developed areas. That's number 3, within the closest proximity. And 8 is, and I know this is repetitive, everyone knows these things, be in scale compatible to and in contextually consistent with surrounding uses, buildings, streets, and open spaces, and will not materially, number 10 here, adversely affect residential uses, nor be detrimental to a neighborhood or its residents, nor alter a neighborhood's essential characteristics. And I think this gets to the essence, I may be reading into this, and he can disabuse me of this, of what Mr. Levy is driving at. But there are these, you mentioned the word standard. These are the standards for the special, these are included in the standards for the special permit. So I just wanted to include that in the commentary.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Jones?
Thank you. I also agree that this is a very complex application and trying to sort of go between different things that we are trying to evaluate here. I have a couple of specific questions. I think, is Mr. Pop still on? Yes. So one is this site will be completely clear cut because, I mean, we're going to have to do the ledge removal on this thing. So that's one question. I want to confirm that there, at one plan, I saw there were some trees that looked like they were at the top of the ledge. Are there any trees being left on the property? Not worried about the sidewalks or the town side. I'm just asking on the property itself.
You know, in the back, I would think that all of the trees would be removed.
Okay. Okay, and there's two that look like they're very close. I'm sorry, possible what?
Possibly, you know, in the corner of in the northwest corner of the site, you know, there may be some that could be saved, but I would think that, you know, for the application, I would probably feel safer to say that they're coming out. I wouldn't want to have, you know, one tree or a couple of trees up there leaning over the site. And
there are 2 trees that are along they're very close to the property line. But they are fully within this property, or they are actually on the property line?
Yeah, I think they are on the site. It looks like they're on our side of the property line.
And I'm looking at a couple of different things, and they're dated different times, and I'm trying to sort of clarify. So the walls that are going in, that wall that's in the back northwest corner, the first wall that you have, how high is that wall going to be? And what's, I guess, the starting elevation and the top elevation of that wall?
Yeah, that would be about approximately 5 feet in height. You know, the elevation would be, the bottom would be probably 135 and a half, 136.
Okay.
The top elevation, you know, probably 141.
Okay, and then you're going to go up to another level from that one. You're going to keep gradually sort of going up from there. So there's
like an 8-foot difference between, maybe 9-foot difference between the 2 walls. So it would be, you know, 141, you know, the bottom of the upper wall, 140, maybe add 2 feet to that, 143 or so.
Okay. And then I guess this, okay. I think that then another question I had for maybe Mrs. Moore, from Mr. It looks to me from reading the staff report that you could still potentially reduce the number of parking spaces that you have on here based on the regulations.
Yeah, we're required to have 25 parking spaces, and we have 28.
Right. So I guess my question is there a way to further reduce the parking that would somehow minimize the impact to the site from all of the ledge removal? that is going to happen in this.
I did talk to my client about the refuse area, which is 16 by 20 currently,
Yeah.
and cutting that in half so that it's 16 feet deep and only 10 feet wide, which is going to be, he believes, adequate. So we could reduce that by half, which is in the area where the rock is the steepest.
Right, but you didn't talk about any further reduction to parking, because it sounds like you have but 3 extra
No.
spaces. Okay.
Uh,
Okay. And there is no, potential consideration of that to minimize the impact here at this time.
Correct.
Okay. And am I also correct that you are planning to use geothermal on the
Yes.
site? Okay.
That's correct.
And do you see any difficulty with regard to the site itself in terms of trying to utilize geothermal here? I'm not
My
an
client has used it before
I'm
and feels that it would work well here.
Okay. I think those are all my questions for now, but I'm still interested to hear what the public comment is. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody keeps talking about the public comment, Mr. Hegney, so I think that's what we're going to do now, if it's acceptable to you.
Very good,
Mr.
Madam Chair.
Yeski, I'm sorry, you don't have your, I heard a sound from you.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask, to get into public comment, because we've gone over this a couple of times, and I keep mentioning this seems to come down to an extreme conservation comment, whether we're willing to look at the special permit and view this in the conservation comments and say this is either acceptable or not. But I'd love to hear the public comments. That's what I was going to say.
Okay. And then the only other thing, and it's in the staff report, the other question that Jackie raises in the staff report is, and it refers to, in 6110, of course I can't find it, but it's about the outdoor recreation space and all of that. And so that's your open space and your outdoor space. And Jackie asked that question in the staff report. Madam Jones.
All right, I had one more question, and this had to do with, I guess it was the signal, and I think this was something I asked last time, that was the offsetting that was mentioned is a possibility to relieve the kind of, I guess, all that, potential nut of in and out of Glenville Street from either over at the mill or either from Angelus Drive. And what, looking into, has there been any discussion with the town about whether that would make any sense, and looking at sort of the full thing, or having that be part of some of the work that would be done for the CMAQ project?
I think that's really, I think it makes more sense to do it as part of the overall intersection reconstruction in Glenville, to make sure that it's all coordinated and has the best chance of relieving the amount of congestion that's there now.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment then. Oops. Does anybody in the public wish to speak, who's listening to this meeting, wish to speak about the application at 9 Glenville? Kindly raise your virtual hand. 9 Glenville, kindly raise your virtual hand. We don't have that many people here, and nobody's raising their hand. Ferraro has spoken before, but the hand's not up. Wait, a hand went up and down. Okay. This is bizarre. I'm not, there's a hand up and I can't see it. Adele Rhoda. Okay. Please keep your hand up. Oh, Ferraro is up, or you can unmute. And then Adele Rhoda, if you would raise your hand again so that I can enable you to go next. Ferraro, please go ahead. You just need to unmute. And Adele Rhoda, let me see if I can find her.
She's top of the list alphabetically, Madam Chair.
Well, all I can tell you is her hand went up. Oh, there she is. You got her in, right? All right. And then she falls back out again. All right. And Ferraro is muted and raised hand, but is muted and isn't unmuting.
Yeah, I don't know where Adele went now.
Yeah, that's what was happening to me. I would see her and all of a sudden she would disappear.
Adele is on
Ro-
the screen.
The
and but muted.
panelist, the panel, Adele is a panelist now.
Okay, there she is. Okay, got you. Okay, Ms. Rhoda, if you would unmute while we wait for Ferraro. What's going on here?
Boy, is this challenging.
Yeah, what's going on with you guys? You're usually so good. You
It's extra tonight for some reason. I agree. Something's
It's
up.
weird.
Goodness.
Okay, I'm so
Um,
sorry because normally it's so, and you guys are all great at it. Okay, so there you are in the comfort of your home, finally able to speak. So go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You know my name. I am a concerned neighbor. I'm here with several neighbors, and we want to share. First of all, I would like to say how grateful I am to the commission for your hard work and long hours, as well as the staff. It never ceases to amaze me the amount of time you guys put in. Oh my goodness. So kudos to you all. Don't always
Thank you
agree
very
with your
much.
decision, but
That's
I am
okay. We
I'm
try.
ever grateful for the work you put in. It's really an incredible commitment. So that said, I guess my main concern, as others have stated, are the environmental impact as well as the traffic. And others can speak much more eloquently to the environmental impact. But in terms of the traffic, I live in Glenville. I have for many years. I travel that route there almost daily. I'm retired now, so now I don't travel it as much as I did, but I've done it enough recently, even as a retiree. This is a big problem. That Angeles Drive is often gridlocked in the morning. I find myself, if it's possible, if the light changes, I'll try to back up to let people who are trying to get in or out have that opportunity. And a big concern of mine is the nearby firehouse. When gridlock happens in that area, the traffic backs up onto Glenville Street. And God forbid a fire truck is trying to go somewhere in that direction. That is not going to happen. The other thing that never ceases to amaze me with every project that happens in this town is there's never an impact on traffic. I don't understand how that's always the case. There's no impact on traffic. There is an impact on traffic. And the supermarket that's going to be coming, which is an upgrade to the supermarket that's there, which is great, is going to be bringing a lot more traffic, and traffic from King Street, traffic from other parts of Greenwich. And this is affecting the terminology that was used, the character of the area, and so forth. So if there is opportunity, for example, to perhaps reduce a couple of the parking spaces and some of the other things that were suggested, I'd really like that to be considered, because the character of the area is changing rapidly and the traffic is a nightmare. I don't know how many of you live in that part of town, how many of you have tried that in the morning rush hour or the evening rush hour, but I would encourage it. And the other thing, the question about deliveries in front, that would concern me a little bit if we're talking about if a truck is going to be double parked there, or the impact that would have on traffic. It sounds like a great idea to get rid of those 2 lanes, but I don't understand how that would happen in front. So those are my comments. And I understand, there's discussion about there have to be standards, but yes, there is a special permit. And we would like to keep the character of our little hamlet intact. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Before you go away, Ms. Rhoda, if you were us, what would be an ideal, and you wanted to have some multifamily, what would be, and you were trying to figure out how to get there, what would you be asking for? What would you be looking for? Because we have a regulation that enables people to do multifamily and that gives them a zoning incentive to have units that are cheaper than market.
Right.
And to give you an example, there's a building that just got completed on Millbank, and a 2-bedroom there is $13,000 a month. So something that's below market in Greenwich gives opportunity to people, right?
Sure.
Okay. So that's what we're trying to do. And is your take that 13 units is more than you want to see, but you might be okay with a lower number? Or is it that you really don't think there should be multifamily in this? I mean, I'm not sure. Is it just no, or is there something that you would, if you were writing the affordability plan for all of Greenwich, what would you suggest?
I would like to give a response, but defer to some of the people who are far more educated on this, the neighbors from Angeles. But my humble opinion is I think family is needed. I think the number might be causing more impact. A lower number might have a lesser impact.
And the condos on River Road and
I'm sorry, we can't have anybody talking who doesn't say his name. Just whoever that person is just needs to say his name.
I think it was open mic on Pamela Ferraro. So
And then stop talking when someone else.
Okay. So Ms. Ferraro, you just remuted. You had it for a sec and then you're just remuted.
I did not, because Dell was still speaking. That's what I
Right.
Oh,
And I
yeah,
just
she
wanted
was-
to ask a question, Ms. Rhoda. You said there were other people in the room. Can you just tell us who else is in the room with you? And if
Well-
anybody else there would like to speak?
Okay, people are saying they don't want to speak and not everybody wants their names. I can give you the names of people who are willing to give their names.
All right.
Fair enough. And you could give us a number.
A number of the people?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, there's 5 other besides myself and my husband.
Okay. And they're just not, they're like-minded and don't want to speak at the moment. It says.
That would be correct. I'll tell you one of the names who's not, who's willing to indicate her presence here is Rose Rapace.
And can you spell that, please?
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Rose. Rose is R-O-S-E. Rapace is R-E-P-A-S-I.
Thank you.
And my husband, Frank Rhoda, is here as well.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's, Ms. Ferraro looks like she's ready to go.
Thank you.
Okay. So Ms. Rhoda, if, raise your hand if you want to come back. Okay. If other people want to speak, since you guys are all together, I guess. All right. Ms. Ferraro, it looks like you're good.
Hi, can you hear me?
We gotcha.
Okay, great. Sorry, we were trying to get on my husband's iPad and it wasn't working for me. So, I hope that you have all read. My husband and I have submitted several letters since the beginning iteration of this project. We understand that something will be built there, but we have just said all along, and we know we have neighborhood support, that this project is simply too big, too out of character for the neighborhood. And Ms. Albin, you just asked Ms. Rhoda, what would you advise the commission to do? I mean, something that is not so environmentally impactful. It just seems to me that the environmental concerns brought up by the town don't seem to have been adequately addressed. The loss of ledge, the loss of mature trees, the runoff into the Byram River, the traffic, obviously, which really mostly affects Angeles Drive residents, As we all know, the Glenville Corridor project still doesn't have a shovel in the ground, so we don't even have the benefit of that amelioration. And again, it will get worse when DeChico's comes in. And even though we're all looking forward to that, we sorely miss having a store in our area. But it's just super difficult to get out of our street as it is, and this will just add to it. So anything that is smaller, anything that does not have retail, anything that does not degrade the environmental components of the property would be better. We are not naive to think that nothing will happen. But it just seems that all of the concerns of all of the letters of all of the residents, mostly on Angeles Drive, but others, are not being given serious weight. And that's disappointing because we live here. And those people will live here too, and they will find the same difficulty getting out of our street. So I really sort of am running out of ways to say it, but that's pretty much the gist of our message. And I do appreciate your giving us the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ferraro. Okay, anybody else from the public wish to speak? That was it. Just those people. Anybody else, just raise your virtual hand. You know, Zoom has been really quirky the last few weeks. Okay. Any other questions or discussion from the commission? I hear concerns. I guess, Mr. Hegney, I can't tell, as you know, I can't really tell where people are. You have this as a must close. What do you want to do?
If I could have a couple minutes, Madam Chair, just to go over a few things. First, in the record, there are 4 emails of support for this. And I'll give you their names: Monica Santi, Nicole Johnson, Felicia Tremontano, and Frankie Ferraro of Glenville Pizza. All people in the neighborhood too, who are supportive of doing this as residential. We've made a number of changes to this. We haven't made the building shorter or the footprint smaller, but we did remove the retail portion of it so that it was only residential, which would generate a lot less traffic than the retail. We removed 6 parking spaces. Now I'm told that's not enough. You have to remove more. It's sort of negotiating against myself here. If we're going to have a regulation like this, what I meant by standards is the zoning regulations. And if I follow the zoning regulations, I'm told, no, that's not good enough. You have to make less coverage or fewer parking spaces, then I have difficulty advising clients as to how they fashion their projects to bring to you. And so when I look at things like this, I look at the zoning regulations themselves, not so much the special permit. Special permit, I have to come in and show that I'm not exasperating any traffic issues, which by changing it to all residential, did that. We provided a traffic report that acknowledged that. I realize that conservation thinks that there's going to be impact to the river, but I have a sign off from the town engineer that says that the drainage is acceptable, and the drainage manual doesn't just treat volume of runoff, it treats quality of runoff. So we meet that. And to be able to fashion a project that, well, could it be a little smaller? Could it have a little less traffic? Makes it very difficult to bring these into the commission. And I believe that we have come in to you with these revisions, with a plan that is worthy of approval under our regulations, and we would ask for your approval.
Okay. Does anybody on the commission have outstanding specific issues that they would like to see addressed that pertain to the zoning regulations that they would like to see addressed and which would be a reason for leaving this application open? Mr. Yeski.
I do not. I think we've discussed it thoroughly. I don't have a problem closing and voting.
Okay. Does anyone else, is everyone else in agreement to closing? Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
I do not object. I think that the applicant has made it plain that they're satisfied with their application as is.
Okay. All right. So this application is up. Mr. Yeski. Whew.
I just want to remind, I hope people understand that the 6110, it doesn't count in affordable housing. And we haven't really talked about this because we haven't had many 6110s, but it's not the same as affordable housing. And that's been nagging in the back of my neck, but just thought I would mention that.
When they're big enough, they get,
yeah, sure.
they get, yeah. But this one is all at workforce because it's 2 units.
Right.
Yes, and that's one of the things that, okay, but again, while we still have this open, we've talked about revising this regulation and having it used more. And the 3 revisions we've talked about is converting it to affordable, potentially, even though that eliminates that middle group, that mid-range, but we are getting them with the trust and the 80% AMI. The second change we've talked about is to have it mandatory inclusionary with a zoning bonus. And the third change that we keep saying, and this is the crux, is it does, as Mr. Hegney has said, this regulation doesn't get used much. And the reason it doesn't get used much is because builders would like to have, developers would like to have more zoning flexibility, more zoning bonus, more ability to do, and they would rather do an 830G, which gives them unlimited, except limited potentially by town services and infrastructure. They would rather do that than something which has a certain zoning incentive, which they don't find sufficient and which doesn't give them in their minds. That's what they said when we wrote this regulation, when we rewrote it. And that's what Mr. Hegney basically said again. So that's just, I'm sending it out there as food for thought because we're still open. And with that, I will close it.
Well,
What?
I mean, do you want to expand upon that comment? Because
Sure.
Because what I'm hearing is you're saying, and I was there.
You were there.
Within the last 5 years. And
You were there.
We invested a lot of time.
We were there, yes.
How to create sufficient incentive to the developers for 6110 and all the rest of it. So it's okay to be thinking prospectively, but is that what you're thinking about the future? Or
so no, I'm just
relating
saying
this now.
It's the decision before us and the one to which Mr. Hegney alluded in less upbeat way is we have this regulation, people aren't using it much, and it's in part because even at the zoning incentives that it is now, it seems to give people pause. It seems to give both residents and commissioners pause. And that was what Mr. Hegney did say. He said, if I get this, I forget how we worded it, but so that's the question is there something, and I leave you with the questions, is there something with this application that is beyond the zoning incentive? It meets the zoning regulation, it meets 6110. Why is it, what is continuing to trouble you? And that's the thing to think about.
I think that 6110 is also mitigated by other concerns that our regulations are trying to meet, and the size of this project is I coin it as a 10 pounds trying to fit into a 5-pound bag. So how much is too much? And this is a complex site that diminishes the ability of it to be developed in a way that's meets the contextual standards of being part of this downtown hamlet in Glenville, and respects the residential issues about access and traffic and preservation of the environment. So it's a touchy thing.
It's
a
you have to
delicate
make,
thing.
yep. Okay.
And it's not just as I would say that the applicant has maybe diminished the importance of those things, but those are things they're trying to consider and try to figure out how they how much we really want to go, how far we want to go with this.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Lowe, I want to be careful because I don't want you guys to slide into decision mode. I just wanted to give you something to think about.
No,
So
I'm still wrestling with the comment you made, and I'm maybe a little dense, but if we're suggesting that 6110 is flawed in some way, which is sort of what I'm hearing, whether that's relevant or not, does that provide adequate rationale for anything? I mean, it doesn't.
no, I'm just saying, think about the broader context when you're making decisions, but your regulation that's in the books is the regulation that's in the books. That's what you follow. You could think it's a really crappy thing, but you got to follow it. That's what we do. You got to obey the law first and foremost.
But Mr. Yeski was somewhat dismissive of the special permit. And maybe it wasn't Mr. Yeski, so maybe I'm wrong about that, but I thought he was.
Mr. Yeski is with you, Commissioner Lowe, on the use of the special permit. That's a discretionary, commission level, and I'm glad we have that discretion.
Okay, all right, then I withdraw his name and
thank you. I get swore at all the time. People say bad things.
The panel will ignore that last comment, right?
Okay, good. Strike it from the record.
All right. Okay. So we follow our regulations. I'm just saying, as you make this decision, you have a regulation on the books and it's not getting used enough. And here we are struggling with it. So just keep that in your heads as you're thinking. That's all I was trying to say. I'm sorry I didn't say it more clearly. Okay. And Noel, did you have one more question?
Well,
Sorry,
I guess
I'm sorry. Mr. Yeski, I'm sorry. He wanted to finish his thought.
Yeah, I don't want to go on the topic, but I think the issue with 6110 is the market, not our regulation. So let's go back to that it's not on this application.
Okay, perfect. Madam Jones.
Oh yeah, so there's a struggle, I think, between the 6110 and this and the impact, the balance here, the impact on the environment, the landscape, and the immediate, and in particular, the immediate neighborhood. And I just trying also to look at that and realize I don't have the same depth of knowledge that many of the rest of you have, but regarding 6110 and that it is, how little it has been used. But then I also wrestle with the fact, what are the other alternatives? Are there alternatives that are feasible for the developers that are less impactful than this? Or is it going to be something that's going to be more impactful and potentially more detrimental to the environment, the landscape, and the neighborhood, and have less control? I mean, those are kind of all the things that are mulling around in my head as I kind of struggle with this right now.
Okay. Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some comments to my fellow commissioners. So I think
don't make them anything that sounds like decision mode. I'm just sure. Yeah, I just gave you guys something to think about, but we're getting really close to weighing the pros and cons of the app, and I don't want to go there.
I just want
So-
to make some comments about the regulations themselves. So I thought that I don't think the word flawed is the right word to use for 6110. I think that maybe it's more that we have to be willing to go with our convictions about how we want to view our regulations. But there's nothing wrong with the regulation. I think it creates an opportunity, and there's an opportunity. We have now an opportunity presented by the application to have this discussion and understand how to apply it. So it's just a question of applying the regulation, not the regulation in itself. I think that's really the point. I mean, I had a couple of different points, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, sir. All righty. So does Mr. Hegney, you want to close this application tonight?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Okay, does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Mr. Yeski already said he was ready to vote it tonight. Mr. Lowe?
Sure, I'm open to it.
And remember, if anybody doesn't want to, Madam
I'm
Jones?
okay with waiting.
You would prefer to wait, or you would prefer to wait? Madam Jones?
I'm wishy-washy on that, I would say.
All right. Why don't, okay.
Do it
since
if I had to, but I would have some slight
You're-
preference to wait.
Okay, so I heard you say you were still struggling with the questions in your head. And to me, that means somebody just needs to time to make a landing. I have something drafted. I'm not trying to get out of, but we will then decide it at our next meeting. Can we do that, Patrick, or do you still have that horrendous agenda next week?
I will not disparage the next agenda, but it's got a lot of items on it.
Okay.
This apparently will be number one.
Well, it can be if the commission wants it to be, but we'll
Okay.
regroup tomorrow morning and look at what we have.
All right, so those of you who would like some more time, if you would just let Patrick know if you want to have it next week, if that's enough time for you. Okay.
I'm fine with.
All right. Okay.
Couldn't hear Ann Noel there.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
but she
sorry.
muted herself in mid-sentence. It's never helpful.
No, I probably tried to speak over you. That's I'm fine with next week, if that works also for Mr. Levy.
All right. Okay. All right. So this application is closed and we will not be deciding it tonight. That probably a good thing because we can validate the fire thing and at least have that done. All right. Okie dokie. So Mr. Hegney, you get to leave now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good
All
evening.
right. Good evening. And Mr. Basili, you too. So endeth the public hearing. All right.
Thank you.
Bye, Mr. Basili.
Goodbye. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I would hereby like to move the appointment. No, I would hereby like to move the approval of the meetings of September 4, 2024. Absent at that meeting was Mr. Levy. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I would like to move the appointment of Leanne Sendra to the Architectural
Madam Chair,
Review
who
Committee.
was seated if Mr. Levy was not there? I'm sorry. I have to go back and look.
One of the
Look.
said aye.
Well, we have
Um,
four. We have 4 yeses. That's okay.
Yeah, and usually we all vote on the minutes. Everybody who was there, the whole group was there. So I just take a vote from everybody
Thank you.
because it's not like it's an application. So we all said yes. So take whoever you want. You want me to look it up? I can
No,
look it up.
I can do it right now if
All
necessary.
right. Okay, the next item is I would like to move the appointment of Leanne Sendra to the Architectural Review Committee. Might I have a second?
Second.
Ooh, I think Low beat us to the punch. We have a second. Does anybody want any comment on that? No. Okay. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
In the past, haven't we had the applicant with us?
Well, we
Yes.
were yesterday.
Oh, good point. He wasn't there for the interview.
So he shouldn't vote then if he doesn't want.
Then he shouldn't vote.
And I wasn't either.
Okay, Arn, you're seated on this.
How exciting.
There you go.
Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye. Yes, that motion passes 5-0. And yes, Mr. Levy, normally we interview, and in fact we did.
Okay.
It's weird because, oh, you came in late and she came at 1. We put them first because otherwise they got to wait for us to babble for an hour.
There you go.
Okay, so we have one decision item tonight. And I'm going to go ahead with the motion. I promise it's only 1 page. It's the application of Carolyn and David Hahn's application for a final site plan and special permit for a change of use from residential to 868.41 square feet of retail on the first floor with storage in the rest of the structure on a 0.1248 acre property located at 257 Sound Beach Avenue in the LBR2 and R12 zones. Whereas the existing 2,421 square foot building currently has a legally non-conforming residential use. Whereas the proposed retail use conforms with the underlying LBR2 zone. Whereas the parking standard would increase to 4.3 spaces according to section 6158, and the applicant will provide 4 spaces. Whereas section 6158B allows for parking to be modified by the commission. Whereas the ZEO advised on 1010, he has no concerns regarding this application. Can that person mute? Whereas the ZEO advised on whereas the applicant provided updated drainage exemption forms demonstrating no increase in impervious coverage. Whereas the applicant has proposed landscaping improvements, including the addition of screening and landscape beds in place of some of the current asphalt cover. Whereas the applicant has proposed, I said that already. Whereas sewer commented on 10/7/24 that certain issues must be addressed during the permit phase and requested the applicant submit a signed acknowledgement, which was provided in a letter dated 10/30/24. Whereas the fire marshal noted that vegetation obstructs the accessway and commented that truck 1 would have to enter from the rear of the property via an adjacent parking lot. Whereas the subject property is within the coastal overlay zone, and the commission finds this proposal meets the requirements of section 22A-93 of the Connecticut Coastal Management Act. Therefore, be it resolved that this application is hereby approved with the following conditions. Storage space shall be used only as inventory for the ground floor retail use, and any other outstanding staff and departmental comments are to be addressed. Do I have a second?
I'm sorry. What happens with the applicant now if they decide they want to use the second floor for residential?
They go to Patrick.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all they do.
It's an administrative.
It's administrative.
And the parking still works for that, so.
They would have to adjust the parking, but I think if you all recall, there was a discussion.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, there's room to create the extra space from what we can gather.
Did somebody second already?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Levy has seconded. Ms. Jones, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and the motion passes 5-0. Okay,